Boo. There we go. Can you see me? Can you see me all? Welcome to the Odd Boys. I'm a frog. And I'm here with my good old friend. Let me see if this works without spoiling it, because Nathan did this last time and it went to the wrong person. Here we go. Is it? It's Tom. There you go.
Hey, did it work?
It worked.
Did it work?
I could see a big tomato man.
Well, I'm not a tomato. I'm an angry bird. I've said.
What else are you gonna be?
I told you this. I'm not a tomato. Nightmind thought I was the red M&M. I guess I could be the red M&M. This is my angry bird costume. It's Halloween.
Yeah, and I think it's worth obviously mentioning there is a third person here tonight. It's the one and only, the cat himself, or is it the cat? It's Nick Nocturne. Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome.
JB, you are very clearly Mr. Frog. Hello from Smiling Friends. Hello.
It is. I was talking about Tom before I went live that I'm pretty sure these are supposed to be his nose. I can't point at it correctly, but it looks like a mustache. So it really throws me off every so often. It looks like a very sophisticated.
See the mustache. Yeah, because I see the nose, and now I'm gonna see the mustache.
Absolutely.
I think it's fitting. It's fitting that every person who's been I don't know if Nick has any facial hair, but every person who's been on Odd Boys has the mustache.
That's true.
This is like the official uniform of the show. So you've got the frog, and it's in line with the existing uniform of the show.
Well,
I guess it's only
fur all over my head, so it works for me no matter what.
Hello, everybody in the chat. Hello, Yanep,
Hello.
Elastic Box, Hans, Kyrie.
Probably say hello to some of you
else.
guys. Yeah.
Hello,
Is everything looking okay? This is first time on the Odd Boys I'm streaming from, so hopefully it is all going all okay. I'm obviously in my lovely little room, got my little background stuff, and I swear I'm doing the Nathan thing. He was complaining about like, you just wait till Tom streams. It's not going to be good. It's going to be all kicking back. But now, look at this. We're flying through it like a podcast.
Well, what I did is I circumvented that by, oh my God, Yanep, 5 memberships. Thank you, Yanep.
Thank
very
you.
much
5
appreciated.
memberships. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Yanep.
Thank you very much. We don't have alerts because they're on Nathan's stream labs or whatever is connected, but we can see it and we will shout it out if we get any super chats or memberships. Thank you, Yanep. That's very nice.
Definitely. We'll always shout them out. Any kind of support is much appreciated for sure. And I guess.
That's what I was gonna say. So Nick obviously wasn't here for that, but Nathan figured out how to do a camera switcher on Discord. And he was just like, he's like, if Tom runs the show, there's not going to be any camera switcher. It's going to be the worst show ever. I circumvented that by Jamie saying he would do it.
Yeah, exactly. So I got a stream deck. I can switch. I can switch to me.
Yep.
I can switch.
You win by proxy.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. And I had to do a test and everything. Oh, Raspberry.
Raspberry is asking, is this love? Yes, it is, Raspberry.
It is.
Yes, it is.
You could be just a giant heart, you know? I thought it was a tomato, but maybe it's a big old red heart for Halloween, you know?
I'm an Angry Bird. Everybody loves Angry Birds.
I love 2007.
Exactly. Well, this is. I will say this was. I was looking for. I have all of these Halloween costumes from all of these subathons that I've done, and I've done with Jamie and Nathan, and I have a box full of costumes that I've had to wear on sub. Like I'm like, if I hit 10 subs or whatever, I'll dress up as an Angry Bird. If I hit 20 subs, I'll dress up as. There was at one point where Jamie and I were both dressed up as French maids on a subathon.
I think we were.
But we were. We definitely were.
I do remember things like that.
Yep. And so I have an entire box full of Halloween costumes, and this was the first costume that I grabbed. That's why I'm wearing this one.
That's actually exactly why I have a frog costume, because I joined the call. Tom was just this big tomato, and so I thought, well, I can't just leave him hanging. I gotta join in. So I literally ran to my bedroom to like what is close in proximity and what looks like I can get on very, very quickly. And obviously the frog costume. Also, look who else is in the chat right now. Looks like it is Mr. Nathan Barnett himself.
Creator Clash champion Nathan is in the chat. Hello, Nathan. And thank you. Yanep did a resub. Thank you, Yanep, for the resub.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Puts the Energizer Bunny to shame. Nathan Barnett.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
If Nathan is doing another I forget, is he doing Misfits? He's doing another boxing match. We need Nick to do the announcement for it. He can introduce Nathan.
That's where has no one approached you yet, Nick? This is very unfortunate.
You should do it, Nick. I think that would actually would be really fitting if Dad was introduced by, which I feel like out of
actually really fitting.
I think it's super fitting if you introduced him. You're like right. I think as of right now, you're the preeminent ARG critic. I guess critic would be the right term. You're the preeminent ARG critic right now. So I think you introducing him would be very, very fitting.
Oh yeah, introducing Dad. I could kind of see that. Yeah, because obviously, that's where you are. Maybe that's something. That's a field you'll end up exploring at some point.
Oh wait. We've got a challenge in the chat here.
I don't want to box. Let me host. Why would I be boxing when I could be on the mic? Come on.
You don't want to box. You don't want Nathan to punch you. Nathan saying, now Nathan, I knew it.
Nathan saw literally how good our production is right now, and he's suddenly just straight in.
He's like, get me in here. Get me in the call. I mean, we can add you. Jamie can add you to the call if you. This is the whole thing.
I think it's screw over cropping though. We've already got it all sorted. I think that's the only issue. We can get it ready for Friday when that happens. But yeah,
you hear that? We've got everything all cropped.
We've got it all. We don't know. Tom hasn't. I want to clarify that even though you did say that it was going to be a mess this particular stream, it would have been if I'd have left it to Tom, for sure. But it is me that took over. So.
Nathan is saying I messaged him and said, call in. No, Nathan. I have the text. I'm looking at it right now. I said, we're live now if you want to share it. As in, if you want to share it on Discord or something. And then he said, joining the call. Can you add me? ? Add me! ! So you said that. You said you were saying to add you to the call. I said, share. I said to share it.
I'll share with my mouth. I see. Fighting words right there. Don't you just want a good presenter, Nathan? Like, you got a great presenter voice right here, just in waiting, and you're wanting to box him instead? What are you doing? Okay, Nick. before we get on to what Nathan,
he's saying we need a picture of Nightmind.
Need a picture of Nightmind. Nah.
Yeah, I think this is.
All right. Let me look into one of the folders that is not porn.
Oh.
No, that's cheesecake. What cheesecake? No,
it's just all porn. It's all of it.
It's mostly porn.
If you want that on your channel, Nathan, we can do that. We don't care if it goes down tonight. That's your fault. You're the one asking for it, you know. So. Nick,
there it was at last. My nefarious act as a potential member of the dark party. Shared porn, destroyed channel.
That's why I just realized. Yeah, that's 2 dog party members that have infiltrated his stream right now, just ready to destroy it. What are you gonna do about it, Nathan? What are you gonna do about it? We've taken over.
I can just toss in the NM logo over here in the chat.
Yeah, and then we can add it on. Do you want to Jamie? Do we want to try to add Nathan to the call? I think Nathan's got FOMO. He wants
getting FOMO. Is he actually wanting to be in right now? I mean, if you are Nathan, you'll have to let me adjust cropping and things. I could. What are you actually? Okay. Hold on. What are you calling on? What are you actually gonna be? I need to probably know that too.
I think it's okay if he wants to call. I think he probably wants to call in and challenge Nightmind. I think that would be a good.
I think that's fine. Do that. Go for it.
I think we do that.
Do it, because I think I can go to this camera and then I can adjust.
Nathan's saying we can just do voice. Yeah. Let's.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we can do that because hopefully it doesn't adjust too much. So I think it'll be good.
Oh yeah, Nathan said. Oh yeah, that's true. Nathan said I was in the Dark Party song too. That's true, but I was I think my part was crap. Dad's gonna steal my voice and use it in the song. I don't think I was technically a member of the Dark Party. I think I was
maybe not
a cameo.
All right. I mean, is it me that has to add people to these calls? Is it me that?
Yes, I think because you're hosting it.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll add you in. I like how we've brought Nick on, and we haven't even been 10 minutes into this, and we're already challenging him to a fight. It's just just instantaneously.
I will say if Nightmind does box Nathan, I would say. Well, I think Nick is stronger than Nathan.
It would not be fair. I'm literally demon.
True. Exactly.
Wow.
Oh wow, he's in.
Oh,
I gotta adjust the cropping for this.
We've got Vacation Man. You're on the line.
You're on vacation.
You're on the line
what's going on here, Mr. Nathan? What happened? What happened to you? What happened to that?
Can you see, can you even see me?
I'm gonna I'll adjust it, but we can see you on right now, but I'm just quickly adjusting.
Yeah. I can't believe it. 3 cult members literally stole my channel.
I know.
Yep.
Can you believe it?
Nightmind shows up one time and I'm kicked out and removed from my own show.
You're fired.
Yeah.
We fired you.
Wow.
You know what this calls for?
What?
A boxing match.
A boxing match.
True.
There's real YouTube drama and beef created tonight. Nightmind stole my YouTube channel and Dad wants to now box him.
Hey, okay, I think I got this. Just adjust. Let's see if this works.
How do you feel about that, naughty Nick?
I feel like once I hit 2021, I survived an apocalyptic era I never want to hear from again, so no thank you.
Never want to hear from again?
Wow.
This whole internet beef drama thing, for the love of God, no. The PTSD is kicking in, man. The PTSD is kicking in.
Don't make Dad make a reality 2025 edition.
No.
Your favorite
don't bring back.
I know firsthand that Nightmind loved Dad's reality series, the YouTube drama series.
Oh.
This is it. It's
wow.
It's on. I think what Nathan should do is Misfit should set this up. Nathan should box every single ARG.
Oh my God. One
reviewer,
night.
just one after another.
Just one after another. Oh, kind of like George Foreman. Just throw him in.
Yeah.
After one or the other.
I was thinking. I was
into
thinking more like. I was thinking more. I don't know if you remember this, but do you remember the movie director Uwe Boll?
Yep, he boxed his critics.
No,
Oh, did he?
Yeah, there's like a very famous thing where he rented out like a stadium and he just boxed one after another all of his all of the critics that have criticized his films over the years. So and he just like one of them was like I think the critic's name was Sean Baby. It was like some guy that reviewed for like IGN or like electronic
of Cracked.com, Sean Baby.
I think so. It was like, but it was Uwe Boll just boxing all of his critics like one after another, and he's actually pretty good at boxing. So he just it was just him beating up all of these movie critics because none of them had any business boxing. So it was just him beating up all of these movie critics.
Man.
But that could be Nathan. Nathan could challenge everybody. Could beat up Nexpo, Jamie,
Nightmind. You're in there too, Tom.
Oh yeah.
Why would I be in? Why would I be in there? I was in the
He could
series.
be the
Why
first
would I be in
level.
there?
You can just start it off, get build your book your way up.
I don't want to be. I don't want to box you. You're crazy. I don't want you to beat me up.
I would be if Nick ever wanted to do something like as part of the entrance, Dad's boxing entrance. I would do that.
That I could do. That I could do. That
You
makes
wear
sense.
A cat head.
Oh, there you go. We're
I
getting
don't know.
somewhere.
I'm gonna have to get my 4th fursuit head. Here we go.
That would be cool.
I think that the dad,
That would be
if you do a Misfits thing, I think you should lean heavily into the dad thing, and I think every ARG reviewer person should come out dressed up as the Dark Party, and that should be like the Undertaker coming out, and all the ARG people are like in robes and stuff.
This would make sense because Nexpo actually wants to box. He still wants to do it, and we've talked about it. And it might be the next match. So it would be cool to have like part of his entrance, all the like, deep diving investigator channels come out on his side, and then Dad's like the crate. You're all ganging up on him or whatever, because Dad's gone mental.
Okay.
I would want to do I'd want to do like a wrestling angle where I betray you at the end of the thing too.
You just come up behind him with a chair.
Right, like hit you with like a guitar or something.
That would be good. Yeah, brothers betrays Dad.
Yeah. I hit you with a True Value hammer and it just breaks and like that knocks you unconscious, and then Nexpo gets the win.
Use his sledge against him.
I won't lie. I am surprised it took this long to even have kind of talks of you boxing Nexpo, because this has literally been going on for 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Hasn't it been going on? Like it's only just now?
Or that was like 2020.
Yeah.
When he sent the cease and desist letter. I was living with Tom then.
Yeah, true.
It's fun.
California.
That was before I got married. That was like 6 years ago.
Is Nexpo gonna pop in the chat now and then get in? I want to get in the call. I want to say something. It's just all gonna be like just this massive line of people. I'm gonna have to. Okay, I'm cropping again. Hold on a second.
Right. This is gonna turn into every internet person's just gonna get in the call.
I didn't mean to do conversation. I thought Tom said, "Oh, share that story," because we talked earlier in the week about me jumping on. Share something because I would have some time. I'm home now. I got home late last night, but I'm leaving in it because I only have like 2 days here, and I'm trying to get like house stuff done with Katie.
And then you're coming, and then you're coming here. This is a very important topic for the show, by the way. I'm going to ask you right now. Do you want to? Alba's making chili. Do you want chili when you get here? Do you want her to make chili?
Yes. So Katie you and Katie can eat it. Obviously,
it's vegan and gluten free. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. I'll eat it.
Let's go. The very important podcast, paranormal topic.
Very serious.
Chili.
I was just in Nightmind's spooky neck of the woods in New England yesterday. Should have gone by there and left it like a poop in a bag, courtesy of Dad.
Wow.
Wow.
I feel so loved.
After all the amazing positive coverage that Nick has done for the Dad series, this is the thanks you want to give Nightmind? You want to leave a poop in a bag in front of his door after he gave you 100,000 subscribers?
I thought you were a father, not a child.
That was you know, they were the first to bring in the subscribers, but you know, it all negates itself when you hate on the greatest part of the Dad channel, the reality episodes.
Okay, I get it. I get it. He tried a new thing. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he tried to do a mic drop and left you hanging. That's so rude.
Wow, he abandoned us. I can't believe he left. I thought he was going to stay. You never know what's going to happen on Odd Boys. You never know.
Okay. Absolute chaos ensues usually.
Well, yeah, exactly. This is like every live stream that we do. Well, I will say before we get into the topics, thank you again, Nick Nocturne, for being a guest on the show. We appreciate you being here during the spooky season. Happy almost Halloween, and yeah, thank you again for being here.
Thank you. What the heck?
He's trying to call right now. The heck?
What happened?
Sorry, somebody was trying to call me, I think, in the middle of a thing. I was like, oh.
Oh, Nathan's thing dropped. I think his call dropped, probably. Okay, he's back.
Oh, I see.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Is he back?
He's back. Never mind. Okay. Well,
he's back.
Regardless, thank you for being here, Nick.
Hello. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Katie.
I'm just kidding. Okay. I'm just kidding. I appreciate everything Nightmind has done, and I hope Nightmind will watch the Dad movie and be very happy with that, because I think more of what he or this Meow Meow will enjoy than the past internet uploads.
I am excited for your continuation of arts and projects and storytelling that excites you. So I'm glad to hear it.
Thank you. This will be, I think, I'm hoping that YouTubers break it down and look at it, because it will be, in my opinion, like a super episode of Dad, if in a way.
Nice.
In a new universe of Dad, but very, very similar.
And I'll say, without spoilers, and I'll say I've read the script, and I do think it's going to appeal to it. And this is like towards you, Nathan, and to anybody who's invested on your Kickstarter and stuff. It's going to appeal to a different audience. It's not a continuation of the show. It's something different. It's something much darker. It's darker than what you usually do. It's not really funny. So I'm very curious.
There's comedy in there. It's definitely got
there's some it's dark comedy though. I'm curious to see what the reaction is like. I do think if you make, which I do think you're a capable filmmaker, and if you make what I pictured in my head based on like what you've previously made, I do think it could be the best thing you've done.
I think it'll be the best thing in this sort of genre. I think Neutral was the best thing I've done. Anyway, I don't mean to talk about
it. Yeah. But I think it'll be good. It'll be good. I think
it'll work. It's a short. It's something to try to. What's the word? It's a sample, because it's only a short. I'd like it to be a feature, and I'll have to reshoot the whole thing if someone likes it. Anyway,
that was interesting.
I have a reason to be here. I have to tell you guys some information.
Yeah. You have a thing. Nathan didn't read. He interpreted my text differently than what my intention was. So he has a story. He was going to share this on Friday. I guess this will be the official start of the show.
Well, before we do that, I think before Nathan actually goes over the story, I think it's worth, obviously, one, we update Nick what happened on the 5,000 special. But before we even get onto that, I think it's worth asking Nick, what are your actual thoughts on the paranormal, if you don't mind us asking? You don't have to answer.
Yeah.
Oh, it depends entirely on the topic. I'll be spending the rest of my life learning about all sorts of things, but for any plethora of topics, I might have insight, things that I've learned, maybe even some experience. I'm in constant study. I don't talk about it much, but I am genuinely in constant study about metaphysics, the paranormal, supernormal senses, all sorts of things. So I'm very well versed in plenty of stuff. So this will be interesting.
Perfect.
So I guess with that being said, how would you feel knowing that Nathan went into a cemetery last week with a Ouija board, conducted a seance by himself, continually took his hands off of the Ouija board while asking questions, and then in the middle of it, really had to poop his pants, and he did, and then he also pooped in the graveyard, probably on somebody's grave, while conducting this seance.
I urinated and I pooped in my underwear a little bit.
How would you feel knowing that he pooped his? How would you feel knowing that he pooped his pants during a seance?
Okay, well, depending on who you might have made contact with, that
Richard.
Oh yeah, the ghost name was Richard.
Yeah, he was called Richard, apparently, supposedly.
So, if you did speak to an earthbound discarnate spirit, that means that they've kept their personality and would have reacted like any other person in that situation as they would have while alive. So Richard might have been laughing his ass off or disgusted or potentially both. Or
I've never seen a grumpy old man and feels I disgraced his grave. And my poop butt was like, my butt was literally like inches from his headstone, I realized after. Mm-hmm. It was really, genuinely, it was really weird. Like the thing just went around and spelled Richard, and I looked at a bunch of graves trying to find Richard, couldn't find anything. And I looked at the grave that was right, like literally where my butt was, and it said Richard. It was crazy. I was like, oh my God.
It was weird, yeah.
You were on top of the grave that said Richard?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like it was the tombstone that was like in the ground, like flat on the ground, those little plates.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. And he died in like the 40s.
Oh, yeah. The chat is pointing out that while Nathan was asking questions, the ghost or spirit literally spelled out the word bad while all of this was going on.
Yeah. So what happened was, I believe Nathan asked the question, are there any more spirits with you that night? And it spelt the word bad. And then any other question after that, it kept going down to the goodbye.
Goodbye, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it was really weird, too. The thing was freaking cruising around. And I could think, oh, is this my subconscious doing this? But I wasn't even having time to think. It was just kind of going to the spots. So I think something was truly going through me and moving my hands.
So let me ask you this. Did you lay down mentally or vocally or even emotionally any sort of protections as you went into it, or did you just walk in there thinking, I'm gonna talk to some ghosts, I'm gonna talk to some spirits, lay down the board, and then just opened up?
I think the chat made me say something in the beginning. I know they said have me say something in the end, like thank you and please don't have to bring any bad spirits with me, go back away, bad spirits. I don't know if I did it in the beginning. I got kicked out and I snuck back in and jumped a fence. So the whole time I was watching guard and I was kind of rushing into things because I didn't want to get kicked out and I just wanted to do something in the cemetery while I could. And I was watching a night funeral in the distance, making sure they
I was a
little distracted. I don't know how much protection I did.
There's a lot to unpack here. Yeah, there was also a funeral going on. Nathan was chased out by security during this stream. There's a lot to there was a lot happening during.
So I was defiantly there when maybe the spirits were like, "Why are you here disgracing another funeral? We're gonna haunt your ass."
Yes,
I just thought of that. I might not have been happy about me doing that after being kicked out.
In addition to all of this, Nathan. In addition to all of this, Nathan, his girlfriend, who he lives with now, has been saying, like, this is actually true. Nathan's been recording her in her sleep, saying things like, she's been saying things like, there's so much blood and like sleepwalking. Like, this is all very true and very strange. There's a lot of stuff to unpack with Nathan here.
Ever since that night, she's been having nightmares. And last night, so she said she didn't have any. I was gone for the past 5-6 days in New England. And then I came back. Last night, she had another nightmare again. Last night, she's like, I haven't had one nightmare since you've been gone. So there's all very honest, true stuff that's actually happening. And last night, I recorded her, and I didn't get the good ones because every time she starts saying stuff, I try to get my phone, I start recording her, and then she stops saying the good stuff. But I get her still saying weird things. But last night, she's like, nah. And she woke up. She was, I've been begging you to wake me up. Why didn't you wake me up? I needed you to wake me up. And she's like apparently screaming at me in her sleep to wake her up. And then I was able to help her a week ago when this happened. Because she's like, I'm going to fall back asleep. You have to wake me up in 60 seconds. I was like, what? Why? How do you go? Are you going in? You're going back under? Like, what is happening right now? And then she started going like this, she started like shaking. And I was like, then I rocked her, I woke her up, and I was like, what's going on? She was, oh my God, I said 60 seconds. I was like, that was like 10 seconds. She was, it felt like way longer. I was like, what? Where are you going? What's happening? So last night she said it again, and then she fell back asleep after. She's like, wake me up if I start freaking out again. I was like, oh my God, this is stressing me out. And last night she starts going, she goes, the men in the white suits, they're all carrying white boxes. So some men in white suits were carrying white boxes, and no one could see them except for her, and she was terrified of them. This was the new enemy last night. She's having really weird, very detailed, strange dreams, and she's like screaming about them. And then she said one night, she said she didn't trust me, and she said there's blood everywhere. And she looked at, I'd never seen her face like this. It really messed me up. She looked right to my face, and her eyes got super big, and she goes, I don't trust you. And I was like, Katie, it's me. What's happening? Anyway, it's been very unsettling. That's been happening every night. So there you go.
Okay. And this happened after your graveyard visit?
Yes, that first night.
All right. Mm-hmm. So
there's
here's what you're
there's
gonna
a lot to
only
unpack
when
here. Yeah.
I don't feel haunted. I feel great. But why, when I'm around, does she then react like that?
Because if it is something, she is sensitive and you are not sensitive enough to pick it up, but it is attached to you.
Yeah, and I've heard before that spirits have been attached to me. Mediums have told me that, and they've freed them or whatever, released these spirits from me. So, because I think I am sort of intuitive, but it's weird that I'm not like picking up on anything right now. I normally can sense like, oh, I feel weird. There's something around me. But I felt great. I haven't felt anything. So yeah, maybe something is attached to me.
Yeah, because you're not tapping into that in whatever way it's happening, or it's choosing not to interact with you. So here's what you're going to do. All right. When it comes to this situation, it's going to be very, very simple. Both of you are going to request protection and clearing within the home and of your persons, and the immediate dispelling and departure of any spirit or entity that is not of the light and benevolent. You are going to request that to whatever higher power you ask. You will know that it is done. You will get a handful of salt. All right? Like just a good little handful. You will go into the bedroom. You will scatter the salt purposely over the bed, knowing that as you do so, you are literally cleansing the space and dispelling whatever is there. You will have her throw the salt over you. You will throw salt over her, and you will call it done.
That's scary.
No, this is power.
This is like a ritual.
Well, yes, because this is a white light ritual. Here's the thing about it. Mediums and psychics say this all the time, and they truly mean it. You have authority over your domain. If something is haunting you, you do have the authority to actually tell them, fuck off. People who have problems consistently are of the belief system that there is nothing they can do without the power of another person. No, you have the authority all the time to tell discarnate spirits, I don't want you here. You've got to go. And it is within your divine right to go ahead and own your domain and own your space and say, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And you can clear your space. That is your divine right. Whether they're in the flesh or not, that's the case. So you're going to clear the space. You're going to break up any negative attachments that you have within the space that are around you, that are around her, that are in the area, and invoking whatever higher power you want to speak to go ahead and help you in the clearing. They're going to make sure that occurs as well. So it could be any number of things that has been lingering around, if it is something that is lingering around. But that's the very simple case.
Okay. I will do this. I'll film us doing it too, because I want to document it in case anything strange happens.
I think it's good. I think it's good that there's a stream that has very specific instructions for you to refer back to as well.
I have to watch this back to see, to make sure we do it exact. So thank you.
It's recorded.
This is very
for life.
Thank you.
And here's the thing: is as you do it, don't do it with an expectation that anything weird will happen, because you are doing this with intention. Anytime you do ritual work like this or intentive work, it is about the intention. If the intention is kept pure, as in we're cleaning up this space and pushing out or sending back anything we do not want here, and we know will be protected. The house is clean, our energy is cleaned. Keep the intention. Don't have anything in the back of your mind of, is the earth going to split open and is the house going to quake as soon as we're done doing this? Because then you're thinking about what you would want to happen after. It's very just much a case of, you know what? We got our hands dirty. We're going to go ahead and wash our hands now.
Yeah. Okay.
It's energetic cleanliness.
I will be doing this. This is hopefully a relief. Hopefully,
I hope so too.
It has been. I want to joke about it, but it's very real, and it has been happening. And I don't like her having. I just don't want her to have nightmares. Hope maybe it's just night, but it feels like it's something more than that because it's just the timing. Anyway.
Yeah, it's very unusual timing.
Yeah. All right, I'll report back and let you guys know what happens.
No worries. All right.
Good luck.
Thank you. So, you want me to share this story? Because I'm going to have to run as soon as she gets home.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So, you can play. I'll say the story, and then we can talk about it. And if you want to, while we're talking about it, Jamie or whoever's running the show, I sent a link in the conversation of a moment to show. But some of you may have heard this. It's a little bit old.
Yeah, we actually, this was our top of the show. This is a good, great minds think alike. We were going to talk about.
Okay. Oh yeah, this was one of our talking points. Yeah, this is what we were going to go into.
Well, cool. Yeah. Well, as you guys already know it, then.
Yes.
Want me to say what I know, and you can say more if you know more.
Go for it. Why not? Let's do it.
If you want to lead us in. So, and basically, to set Nick up, we basically just like old Coast to Coast. With this show, we typically we respond to some paranormal news stories, but then we also get into some deeper stuff as well. So this is kind of the usual setup. And if Nathan wants to bring us into our first story, and then we can react after.
Yeah. So this is technically, I guess you would categorize this as true crime, but it involves a ghost investigator. So a very popular television show here in America is called Ghost Adventures. And one of the hosts, Aaron, was on a ghost adventure. They had their whole night vision set up. They were in a basement of some building looking for ghosts. And he gets a call. He's like, oh, whoa, the cops are at my house. And he's like, oh, hey, I got to go. He runs outside to take this call. And the cops are at his house because they were arresting his wife because they caught her in a murder plot to have him assassinated, and he had no idea. His wife Victoria was trying to have
very crazy.
And the gist of the story is she had met some guy who was in prison for life who had killed his whole family. And another little backstory about that guy was he was using his family's money to pay for a cam girl. He's giving her tons of money for some random cam girl that he was in love with. And after using all their money, he then killed his whole family. He's in jail for life. Aaron from Ghost Adventure's wife starts talking to this guy in jail, and that guy in jail hires some guy to go kill Aaron from Ghost Adventures. The cops find the prisoner's phone, see all this information on it. So the prison finds his phone, says, oh, this guy's trying to kill somebody outside of prison. Investigates, discovers this woman trying to kill the husband, and it turns out it's the husband. The guy is the guy from Ghost Adventures, and then it plays out on camera when he's recording his television show. It's insane.
That's the craziest part. Yeah, you can actually they uploaded Ghost Adventures themselves uploaded a clip, and it's Zach, the host of the show, doing voiceover. But if you watch that clip on the show, you can see Aaron getting the notification in real time and then walking off and being like, what? And then, Zach doing the voiceover of, out of respect for him, we're not going to air the rest of this segment here. But that's the craziest part, is that he learned that his wife was going to murder him while they were on a ghost exploration. It was in the middle of filming.
You want to play that?
Yeah, I can play that. I guess we'll have to get it up. I'll adjust my cropping a little bit because I think.
But yeah, have you heard about this, Nick?
Oh yeah,
for you guys.
Yeah, this just happened a few days ago. But yeah, Ghost Adventures is I would say that's the biggest paranormal type show that's currently still on.
There's one that I watch with my mom and dad when I'm home that we like make fun of. It's called Taps, and it's in New England. I think it's in Rhode Island.
Is that still on?
I thought it was, but I used to watch it. What we joked about was, what is it when you abbreviate, or you take like the first letter of a bunch of words?
Yeah, it's like
what's it called?
Acronym.
Mm-hmm.
An acronym. So you're in an acronym. You're not supposed to use the word a or the word the in an acronym. You're supposed to use like full words, you know, like United States of America is USA. You wouldn't say TUSA, the United States of America. So TAPS was the abnormal paranormal searchers or something.
Yeah.
So it was funny that they like whatever.
I can't believe that show's still on. I remember watching that show. I don't know if it's still. I mean, I'm not sure. I have watched. I will say, admittedly, I do still watch Ghost Adventures.
Taps was the guy that used to. He was a bro that screamed at the ghost. He'd be like, "Come on, come and get me." He's like,
No. That's not Taps. That's Ghost Adventures. It is. Ghost Adventures is that Zach, the host. That's the come on, bro. He wears like afflicted shirts and he like the MMA.
Have you guys seen the clip where there's alcohol on the table and one of the guys literally in Ghost Hunters goes, "Guys, it's telling me to drink it. It's telling me to drink the alcohol." And then Zach is just like, "Why do you want to drink it?" Because he's got such a very monotone voice. See, it sounds like he's so uninterested. It's so funny. I just love. He's like, "Why are you gonna drink that? You're gonna get drunk." He's like, "I'm gonna drink it, guys. I'm gonna drink it. I need to drink it."
Ice balls all night. It's just what it wants to do.
It's just so good.
It wants you to do it.
It's wanting me to do it.
This was a crazy story, and I feel so bad. I without knowing anything about this guy's personal life, but as somebody who anybody who has a long-term domestic partner, is married, has a husband, wife, if you find out that the person that, and he probably has kids, he's older, I think he's like 50 years old. If you find out that your wife or husband, anybody like your partner, you find out while you're at work, hey, this is the police department. They were trying to hire an assassin to come to where you're shooting and murder you, would be, I can't even begin to understand how this person would be feeling.
If I didn't believe it, if I didn't think it was real.
Right. It's just, it's insane. And I will say as well, so I think the court case is obviously concluded a couple of months ago, but the episode, did it air a few days ago? Because that's where this clip ended up surfacing.
It just aired, and so the filming probably would have been like 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
It'll have been like 7 months, because it was like May or something when the girl got prosecuted. So it'll have been like even further back. Because she's only in prison for like 3 years, I think, which is wild.
3 to 7 years.
Oh, 3 to 7. That is just
Well,
insane.
she made up some story. I read an article. It was like Yahoo News or something was the article that I read about it. And her defense of it was she didn't remember contacting the assassin. And then when she was pressed on why she wire transferred, it wasn't even a lot of money. It was like $1,200. But when she wire transferred that amount of money that the assassin asked for the hit, she said it was to pay for unpaid cell phone bills. But like, obviously, like, it wasn't. It was for an assassination attempt. Jeez. But crazy.
I'll play the clip. Yeah, I'll get the clip up. Yeah. So it's not going to have you guys in it, just because Croppin, but it's got me in it. It's got my lovely face. So,
you're dressed up. Where's your Halloween costume, Nathan?
Yeah, where's yours?
By the way,
I'm dressed as a grave digger.
Oh yeah. I guess I'll let you off there.
And Nick, this is our joke on the show now. Nathan actually was a grave digger at some point. Nathan's joke for the intro of the show, Nathan goes, "I'm a former grave digger from New England." My joke now is, I am a future grave resident.
Future grave filler.
Future grave filler.
Can everyone see it on my screen that I've shared?
Yep.
Yeah, you're all seeing that. Just double check, make sure I've got it on for the stream. But yeah, this is the actual one where he finds out.
So what I'm doing right now, I'm laying UV lights and then I take a long exposure Polaroid for like 30 seconds or to a minute and just let it sit there with the lens open. Oh God, dude. I feel like something's happening.
Suddenly, Aaron gets a notification on his phone, and we can sense something is wrong.
Dude. Hold on for a second.
What's going on?
He's like, forget the ghost. I might be the ghost.
You alright?
You okay?
Bro, the police are in my house.
What?
I gotta go outside.
It's fine, but I'm not staying in here by myself. I don't know what's going on. Aaron was getting a phone call or something. He said the police are at his house, and he said he had to go outside.
At this point, we will not be showing any further footage, but it is at this moment that Aaron receives a call from the police that his wife has been arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder by hiring a hitman to have Aaron killed.
So
Insane.
Actually insane. It's just
So fucked.
Yeah.
yeah.
Guy's lucky.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, how do you even respond to that? Like, if you found, like Tom was saying, if you found out someone you've loved for like God knows how long, and then just they were conspiring to kill you, and I think there was even a thing where it mentioned that she was, she said, "Am I a bad person for wanting this instead of divorce or something?" And it's like,
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
You are.
Yes.
You wanted,
Like,
instead
what kind of question is that?
get a divorce. Don't murder your husband, your
Yeah.
wife. Get the divorce.
Of course
I
you're a
will
bad
say-
person for that. The only reason you would want to kill him is so that you can have all of his stuff or something when he's dead rather than going through a divorce. Of course you're a bad person to do that. What on earth do you mean?
Look it up. The audience, if they want to look up on YouTube the court case between them, you can see him sobbing uncontrollably, talking about it, and then her reason for that was the weird part where you're talking about when she goes, yeah, I wondered, like, why am I doing this and not just getting divorced? I'm going beyond the divorce and trying to end his life. And she's like questioning why she's doing it. She's like, oh wow, and she keeps doing it.
It's just insane.
Insane.
I just don't even know how to.
The very grounds by which she even came to orchestrate this, if you think about it alone, is she was having this lengthy communicative relationship with someone who killed his whole family. First and foremost, it's like, whoa, you got a problem here. You know, your spouse is having what kind of relationship?
Just
He must have been like, that's like scary to think about. This has been happening this whole time and I had no idea. Makes you wonder what people are really up to. You just never know.
Because that was happening the entire time, and he had no idea. He only found out because the only reason they found out was because the dude that she was like messaging all this stuff to was in prison, and so the police like took her phone. Sorry, his phone. Which by the way, as well, if you are gonna actually be plotting a murder case, why on earth are you sending it to a prisoner, the one that's going to be the most monitored individual ever, about how you're going to kill your husband? What
I know one way to get caught.
Yeah.
Also, I'm sure that this prisoner could use that as like a plea deal. Like they have information.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what this reminds me of? I don't know if Nathan remembers this, but there was in like I was probably like 2010 or something. There was a metalcore band where the singer of the band, he went to prison. It was a band called As They Lay Dying, and the singer of the band, something similar, tried to, not that it was like a famous person, but he tried to hire an assassin to murder his wife.
I didn't hear about that. No,
that was like a whole separate thing. But I think it's like when people have like money, I don't know. I don't know why you would ever think that this was a good idea. Like, I'm going to hire an assassin. Just get to, if you ever feel, if you feel like this, just get break up.
Yeah,
don't hire an assassin.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Even better. I mean, not better, but like better than murder. Just leave. Disappear.
Yeah, just leave. Yeah. What are you doing? Gonna harm another human being in the process. This was his thing, I think. Was it Ghost Adventures? Aaron. Oh, this is him. Breaks down an ex's murder plot.
I feel so bad. Without knowing, I know him from the show, but without knowing him personally, without knowing the dynamics of his relationship, nobody deserves to go through this. Like, he obviously, if he's crying in court, I think he probably has children. He seems, older.
Yeah.
Nobody deserves to go through this. Like,
it's horrific.
She spent a lot of money, he says, in his thing at the court. She spent a lot of their money trying to get him killed.
Yeah, I think what was it? Something along the lines of, I think, like $11,000. I think they threw over to, like, potentially probably a bit more than that. I guess maybe in other things, but
I'd be ticked to be like, I want $7,000 back.
Yeah.
Crazy. But yeah, awful. I feel bad for the
guy.
guy.
For 7 years, I thought it was
that was my contribution, but yeah, I guess you guys were going to talk about it anyway. So it's some hot goss in the ghost world right now.
It is. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. But yeah, that's what we were going over with the news. We got other news. Are you just chilling until Katie comes back, Nathan? Is that what we got?
She just got home and she's washing up, and then we're gonna run. She has to babysit tonight, so I'm gonna. Fair enough. So I'm gonna go hang out with her while she works, so I can actually see her this week. And then
you're gonna see her in the great Twin Peaks land pretty soon.
Yep. And then on Friday we go up to Portland, and we leave like when you guys will be live. Are you guys doing the show on Friday?
Yeah. We'll be doing it.
So for anybody in the chat, we're gonna be live early on Tuesday or Friday rather, because we're meeting up with you later on. So I think instead of being live at 6, I think we're gonna go live at like 2.
Yeah, something like that. We'll go live a bit
early on Friday.
Before I address what Katie just said, because I do have to run when she's ready. I want to say thank you to Nick for being on the show, and thank you to James and Tom for keeping the show running as I'm busy these couple weeks. I love doing Odd Boys. It's my new favorite thing. So thank you everyone for watching, and I appreciate everyone who's keeping the show going. Watch the shorts. We got lots of shorts going up this week. Anyway, Katie just said, we already talked about this, Katie, before you were here. We talked about your whole you and I have to do. Nick on the show told us we have to do something to cleanse ourselves to get the spirits out of the house, and whatever is stuck to you or me, we have to do. We have to say specific things and we have to do stuff with our salt in our hands. We have to spray it around the bedroom. So I'm gonna film ourselves doing this. We have to do this. But she's over here saying, should I bring the Ouija board in the boat? She's going on a boat trip with her dad.
No.
Wants to see if she can summon
more Ouija.
No more Ouija boards. We have to cleanse them.
Just a little Ouija board. Just a little Ouija board.
Nathan is doomed. He's doomed, everybody. He's doomed.
She thinks that she can get like some good pirate ghosts in the British Virgin Islands.
Finding those British ghosts. I see how it is.
I think what Katie should do.
Your personal energetic phone number out.
No,
that's what you would be doing, is literally giving out your energetic phone number right there for all to have. Doing it that way. So I advise not.
Yeah, it's probably best not.
I think Katie should go. She should go to wherever the most haunted part of the island is. Bring the Ouija board, and just start chanting away.
I think summoning demons is not the best thing to do around your very elderly on a boat. He's sailing a boat too.
I've seen Evil Dead. She'll be fine.
Bad luck.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
it's probably a thing.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna go get this ritual going over here.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Best of luck to you, man. Have a good one.
Put yourself in the best of moods, like get that real good mood going. That is the kind that you get when you know you're cleaning something and it feels really good. Have that mindset about it. Just make sure that first thing is you ask for the protection and assistance of the absolute highest, most positive that you can call on.
Okay, I will. Gonna get the posy vibes going.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
That's how you do
PMA.
it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Right.
I'll let you guys know. I'm sure it'll be a video on this channel. You can see what happens, and I'll after we do it, I'll see if she has another nightmare. Hopefully, it then wraps it up.
And if it fails, then the next video will be YouTuber's fiance caught in an assassination attempt against creator.
A hitman piece.
YouTubers
Wait, a hitman is after Nathan.
Oh no!
YouTuber's fiance caught having an affair with a ghost.
Yeah, true. A British ghost. That's where they're going.
Wait, a British ghost?
She was talking about the British Islands. Go looking for those British ghosts. She was after
not a ghost. It's not a ghost at all. It's Jamie astral projecting himself into Nathan's apartment, and Jamie's having an affair with Jamie.
Out with my girlfriend.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Okay, she's looking for the British ghosts. Oh dear.
She said she wants a British pirate ghost. She's in the...
Oh, why did you say so? I'm not with that. All right, I'll stop.
Final thing, Nathan. Final thing. When it comes to the nightmares, just as a final thing, you can ask for protection and serenity in sleep and dreams as well. You can ask for the whole menu here, and you will be listened to. So
definitely going to add that in there. Yeah, I want the full order. I want the king size menu.
Yeah, you can have it. You can have it. Mm-hmm.
I'll pay extra. All right. Thanks, Scott. I'll be.
You'll be watching. Thank you very much, Nathan. Have a good one.
Don't make me fire you guys.
We'll try not to get fired.
Wait. We're gonna fire you. So I'm gonna throw that out there. If we get Jamie, how many members do we need to buy Nathan's contract and fire him?
Oh yeah, just 500 members. Let's go.
And then we'll fire you first.
Yeah.
We do. So I'll say this. Katie, when she goes on this boat trip and hopefully doesn't get haunted by pirates, I'll be home alone for 10 days. I think we do Odd Boys for 10 days straight, baby. 2,000 Ko-Fi members, the biggest paranormal channel in the world.
I'm down. Let's do it.
We can do that. Let's do it. Don't forget to do that, guys. Show support. Follow either Ko-Fi or support us on with getting as members. Let's go.
Stream the whole time. Katie's gonna come home and she's gonna smell me and go, "Oh, you're haunted by something." That's for sure.
She's not gonna smell you. The subathon, the memberthon, whatever it's called on YouTube, will be so successful that when she opens the door, she'll be hit with a whiff of something, and that whiff of something will be all the piles of money that's around the apartment.
Go for that.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Take care, dude. Have a good one. Bye. All right.
Okay, that was Nathan, everybody.
Split back. There we go.
Thank you for calling in.
Natural. Oh, I'm just too good at this now. I should have been a tech guy at some point. Should have just gone all the podcast people.
You are a production machine. I should say that we haven't done the usual call to action. We do have a Ko-Fi. It is pinned in the YouTube chat. If you'd like to support the show, support the hosts. That Ko-Fi is split up between us, and we have a membership option on there. And if you do get a membership on the Ko-Fi, you can also claim an exclusive Discord role for becoming a member on the Ko-Fi. So that is a very good support option if you like the show. Also, make sure you leave a like on I always forget because I only stream on Twitch usually. Make sure you leave a like on the stream.
Oh yeah, I forgot there's likes and things on this YouTube. Yeah, don't forget to press the like button. Yeah, that's always
subscribing right now.
Wow,
there we go.
Smash like.
Do it. Do it right now. That's what we need you to do.
Make sure to lick the bell.
Yep, lick
that too.
Eat the bell.
I feel like there's a voice in our mind, Tom, just telling us all the bad things.
True.
Can hear him. He's just it's in the back of my mind somewhere. Maybe we're haunted.
Maybe. All this talk about it was. Wait, what? Nathan saying keep the show. We are, Nathan. We're keeping the show going. We are.
We're keeping the show going. You don't own us, Nathan. You go away. You're the one that pissed off.
Cold brew.
We're doing stuff now.
You will bring a pumpkin cold brew with an espresso shot to a secret location in the woods around Salem. Leave it at the door.
Amazing.
Okay, let's move. We'll move on to the. I could use another coffee now too. Now that I think about it, I finished my coffee. That's very sad.
Got your coffee? No.
We'll move on to the next story. Jamie, do you want me to lead the story in, or do you want me to lead the story?
Which story you fancy doing? Go for it, and I'll just lead with that.
I would like to talk about the comet because it's almost here. Nick, have you been keeping up with the comet news? Comet 3i Atlas.
3i Atlas.
Keeping up with
yes, Absolutely. Yep.
So,
Yep.
do you think, because this is something we've covered on the show, the comet is now exhibiting signs of an incredibly strange anti-tail. So we're seeing a strange tail has started to appear, the anti-tail, and the presence of a tail could be indicative of a controlled maneuvering and a high impact event. Life ending event is going to what we've postulated on the show before is that the 3I Atlas comet is in fact an alien spacecraft that is going to maneuver behind the sun to ready its weapons and then annihilate the Earth. And we're seeing even more strange movements from 3I Atlas. How do you feel about 3I Atlas? Do you think it's an alien spacecraft coming to vaporize us?
So, do you want my legitimate take from everything that I know that's all a buzz in the spiritual world? Because I
Yes.
can give you that.
Yes.
Okay. So, 3i Atlas does actually serve a purpose. It is a good purpose. It's not alien weaponry, because the first thing that you got to know when it comes to any extraterrestrials is that all of the videos that we have from recent years proves that if they wanted to just be done with us, they could have done it, and our weapons do not affect their craft because we have shot at them and it has bounced off. We have actual video of that. And the point of that was like, yeah, it would kind of proved a point, didn't it? That if we wanted you guys gone, you would have been gone. Your weapons don't hurt us. The sightings and talk, legitimate, like actual governmental, out in the open discussion about this very real thing has been happening for a while now, and you can't get better legitimate, like right there in front of your face than that Congress itself, there are members sitting there aghast talking to people they're questioning. It's like, how long has this been going on? Like like full on actually asking about it. So when it comes to stuff like this, the word on 3i Atlas is that it's way, way out of our system. And part of the idea of it entering this system, it is bringing with it energies from other systems, which is a really cool, good thing because it brings into our awareness everything that it is bringing with us. But the very practical idea of it is taking a look at something that acts in this fashion and then coming to grips with the idea of, are there things from other systems that we do not recognize that can enter our system, and how do we feel about that? From the common perspective of sitting here and taking a look and going, huh, that's unusual. How do I feel about that? Altogether, it's supposed to bring kind of an uplift in thinking and feeling with the way that it's entered and how it's actually working with the celestial energies that would be impacting the Earth. Not to a crazy degree, but the idea behind that is really just take a look at this, ponder it. What does the human race think right now, taking a look at that, and how do they think and feel about the concept of a foreign object entering this system? Does it hold life? The idea is to get people used to it in a way that's not, oh my god, spaceship!
Right. So what you're saying is you don't think that this is a space battle cruiser coming to vaporize us?
It's not coming to vaporize, no. Because if it were a space, here's the thing: if it were a space cruiser coming to vaporize, we wouldn't have caught it.
Yeah, that's true. If it did indeed have those like advanced weaponry systems, something that I think is fascinating, and I don't know if Jamie's heard this before. We talked about this on a previous show. Is that 3i Atlas from its directional, its point of entry, like from the direction it's coming from, it's also the same direction that the WOW signal emanated from. And I don't know if Jamie knows what the WOW signal is, but in the 1970s, you have researchers picked up the signal from deep space, and like it's called the WOW signal because researchers wrote wow, and like everything from like the X-Files to like whatever have like talked about this event for years. I do think that it's fascinating that 3i and the WOW signal, their point of origin was from the same direction. So a lot of people have like there have been talks in like UFO circles that the first thing we heard was the wow signal, and now those same beings or whatever they are have now sent 3i Atlas out as well. But I do think that it's interesting that from all of the places in space that things could have come from, both of these extremely famous extraterrestrial events have originated from the same point in the solar system. I don't know if Jamie's heard about the wow signal before. We talked about that in a previous I'm sure you've heard about that, Nick. It's pretty famous in terms of UFO stuff.
I can't remember specifics about it, but I know of it.
Yeah, that's a word that because I think that's a thing that appears so much in pop culture that it's
very pop culture.
It's almost a thing that's brought up, but then I think when you actually ask people what it is, I don't think many people know about it because I'm pretty sure I've heard it in pop culture, but they just reference it without going into what it actually is. And I think there has been a couple of YouTube videos that may have like briefly mentioned it in like a top 10 strange things found in space. So
I'm just remembering off the top of my head, but I think it was Ohio State University researchers. They're the ones who picked it up. And like I said, they call it the wow signal because like when they were actually like decoding it, one of the researchers wrote wow, and like that photo became very famous. But yeah, I do think that it's really weird. It's so much coincidence, I guess, but it's crazy in a way that 3i and the signal, two of the arguably the most important biggest UFO extraterrestrial events in modern history have their origins are from the same points in the solar system.
Do you want to explain what the wow system is, the wow signal exactly is? What is it that makes it so significant compared to other things that have been found in the solar system?
It was an actual like radio signal that was detected from deep space. Mm-hmm. And researchers heard it and were like, what is this? But it sounded like it was an intelligent signal, like something being beamed to us that we don't know what it said, but that's basically all it was. It was like it was a signal, a radio signal being beamed out that was picked up by Ohio State University researchers from deep space. And we still don't know what it's, and like people have said, is it a warning? Is it a welcoming? But and now people are trying to like put these two events together to be like, was the wow signal first contact and now is 3i like second contact?
Potentially.
There's potential.
Tempting it again.
The discussion around extraterrestrial, the road to open contact, is that it is a road to open contact because the idea with the extraterrestrials is they really do not want to scare the shit out of everybody by all of a sudden tomorrow they pop up. That would rattle the planet. It's like it has to be a gradual warming up of, okay, first step, you detect that yes, there are signals in deep space that you can pick up. Second step, it is not out of the realm of possibility that something outside your system can enter your system. Third step would be the next thing up from that of, okay, we picked up another thing that came from outside of our system, and it doesn't look like the last one does. This one looks a little bit more guided. It has to be the continuation of the planet needs to get to a point of accepting there are other things, and they need to sit with that idea and see how they feel. You can't just shock people with sudden rapid life changes. It's like if one of your siblings came through that you didn't even know that they were dating, saying, "Surprise, I just got married." It's like
shocking.
What? Yeah, it would be shocking. It's that kind of thing. It has to be a warm up, especially because what has been described when it comes to extraterrestrials is, so we all have bioelectric fields, right? Electromagnetic fields bioorganically that cast from our bodies. You can tell at certain times when you walk into a room or another person walks into a room with you, all of a sudden the energy changes. You feel something different, right? You can pick that up through your own animal sort of senses. That's because you have all sorts of systems that are coming through your body and other people that are actually interacting with each other, and you're getting that information. These would be beings from other planets entirely. So they have to be extremely careful about physical interaction with us and vice versa, because that is 1,000 times the idea of somebody walked into the room and the energy just changed and you felt it. Like, some of the things that I've heard about when it comes to people who have had encounters is that people have gone into shock from encounters or things like it, where it's just like what they experienced was so strange and so animal that it freaked them the fuck out, even as they understood what they were walking into. Mentally, they were totally prepared. Physically, they could barely withstand it. So it's a very gradual warming up of the closer we can get to the idea of something is out there and it wants to say hello, or it's been trying to for some time, the easier it's gonna be, especially for a planet of nations that have to talk to each other on the level of what do we do about this, and everybody having their opinions.
Right. And I think that I can only imagine that the aliens, extraterrestrials, if they are looking at the Earth, especially the Earth right now, I think that they understand we're such a primitive, like, like we're all just blowing each other up and treating each other horribly all the time. So I think that the extraterrestrials probably understand that as well, and they're like, yeah, this is going to take a while.
So what I would say to that then, are you saying that it's the potential extraterrestrials that would be slowly introducing themselves to us? Is that what you were saying, Nick?
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you get a young child used to the idea that they're about to move from the home that they were raised in and go to a brand new place and a brand new school and meet brand new people that they've never known? It's kind of like that. This is a massive thing. No matter how ready a lot of us are, mentally or emotionally, there's also just that factor of the actual reality of standing there, being in the presence of something that is from another galaxy, another planet, and how different that will feel on levels that you can't consciously warm up to right away. It's like, that's it. You gotta be ready for what that is. It's a reason that a lot of it has been far away, observable, you know?
That is true. I think that is.
I'm curious
a
what the
thing.
next move is gonna. I want to know what the next move is gonna be.
Yeah, that I also think that is from the perspective that these people could be nice as well if they're extraterrestrials. Because to be honest, if they go by how humans react when they see a new tribe or a new country, their first instinct is to just not really be gentle with it, and they go straight in and be very, very brutal. So
right.
There's
blow
not
them up.
really, so it goes in and blow them up. So there is the chance that the extraterrestrials, they could be nice and they're slowly introducing us, but from our own human species of how humans have done it, I feel like it does just because they're more advanced doesn't mean they're more calmer, in a certain sense.
I mean, if I don't know if Jamie was on the show, but maybe Jamie, and I don't know if Nick's been paying attention to this, maybe if Pastor Joshua just had his dates wrong again. I don't know if you've been following all the rapture talk. Nathan and I have been talking. We've been talking. Nathan and I we've been talking about. Have you not been following Pastor Joshua?
Oh, no, I've not heard of Pastor Joshua, but I heard a few weeks ago this idea that there was supposed to be yet another rapture, and we're still here.
What's going on?
There's an with Nathan and I we've been following it closely. There's an entire rapture talk hashtag on TikTok. Pastor Joshua, I believe he was from South Africa, became incredibly famous on TikTok because he started saying on a very specific date in September that the rapture was going to happen. He said, and I quote, he said he was 99 billion% sure the rapture was going to happen. and it didn't happen in September. So he said he got the dates wrong because he said he saw Jesus, and Jesus is the one who told him, by the way. He said that he got the dates wrong because Jesus was using the old calendar, and Pastor Joshua misinterpreted the data that Jesus gave him, and he just got the dates wrong. So we've been following Pastor Joshua extremely. Oh yeah, see, Prisma in the chat. Rapture Talk was wild. Yeah, Rapture Talk is chef's kiss. It's amazing. People that believed it were like, they were like emptying their bank accounts, selling their cars, and like it was a thing. It was a big thing. Pastor Joshua, since his like Rapture Talk was big on TikTok. It was very big.
God.
Pastor Joshua, when his prediction did not come true, what I am putting out there into the universe is, what if Pastor Joshua was wrong because Jesus was just misinterpreting the signal from the aliens about when they were going to use the space lasers and vaporize planet Earth? What if Jesus was an alien and it was a disinformation campaign?
Oh my God, Prisma's there saying there was a woman giving up her child to CPS because she thought she would be raptured.
It was a thing, Jamie. We followed it on the show for a couple
That's insane. Well, it reminds me, wasn't there something similar in like the 2000s or something? There was an end of the world. It was because I remember seeing clips in like New York, and everyone, and it was like they were literally filming the countdown to the rapture, and then it happened, and then nothing happened. And then all these people were really, really mad on this because they were like, I've just wiped out my bank account. I spent it all. I gambled it all away because I thought this was the end. Insane. I can't believe it's happened again. It's just...
Well, something that I pointed out on the show is that I was mostly upset the rapture didn't happen. And I said this on that episode of the show. I was like, I didn't want to do the show anymore. And I was like, but it didn't happen, so I'm here. And Nathan was like, yeah, we still have to do the show.
Still have to do the show.
I was like,
my God.
Hopefully we get raptured someday.
I don't think it was Y2K, Jim. It was near Y2K. I think they used Y2K as a bit of fear, but I swear it was something similar. Because I remember it being, because it was specifically about like a priest and things that was doing something similar to what Tom's talking about, which is why I was clarifying, because I was like, is he talking about that thing that I heard of from like back then? But no, this is modern. It's just history repeating itself again.
This was
This is insane.
I'll send you a link after the show. You need to check out Pastor Joshua's videos.
Oh my God.
Hearing him say, so with like full chest, saying I am 999 billion% sure that we're going to be raptured. I was like he's firmly committing to this right here. He's not saying like maybe. He was saying, and then he very, again, full chest, saying I spoke to Jesus and he told me.
Oh my God. Apparently October used to. Oh God, sorry, Nick, what were you saying?
So here's the fun. It's like every time this kind of thing happens, it just reminds us humanity really has this wonderful fantasy of one day they will wake up and millions of people are just gone. I wonder why this is a persistent fantasy in the human race of, thank God, there are millions of motherfuckers who just disappeared. Whew, good. Maybe it's because that's human frustration coming out.
I think it is,
consistently, like, that's what I think it is that literalist Hollywood interpretation of the rapture. But so much of what we see as end of the world dates or end of calendar dates or prophesied major mystical event dates is because a lot of what does actually happen can be considered an end of the world as we knew it, because there is a new shift into whatever the next phase of the world is. It would not literally be a case of, oh no, the entire thing blew up and there's volcanoes exploding and tsunamis and earthquakes and there's somehow a tornado in the middle of an earthquake. It's not that. It's like literally just these things, we write them up and then interpret them to be Hollywood level drama when
Mhm.
it might just be a very simple, no, there's an
Subtle.
energetic change, and now the world that we have been living has just come to an end, and we have entered a new phase of a new world, which you will get used to and you will understand slowly and gradually in the changes that occur and the things that humanity goes through. It's not this big ol' fireworks and explosions. Major things like that seldom are. Usually, we're
Mhm.
the only things that are responsible for fireworks and explosions of great magnitude that are things you could prophesy. That's man-made. So, stuff like raptures, the idea of all of a sudden millions of people will be taken up and others will be left behind, maybe it's just an increase in consciousness for millions of people who are ready to go ahead and feel that phase of their life where all of a sudden they're experiencing things in a new way. They're feeling their emotions in different ways. Maybe they're getting opening up of their psychic senses and it is a new world they're experiencing. It often is as simple as that. Nothing as
Mhm.
crazy as go sell all your belongings and guard your children.
Well, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, I strongly recommend you look at Rapture Talk on
Oh my
TikTok. It
god.
is it's a rabbit hole. It's a thing. People selling their possessions, people giving up their children to ZPS.
Jeez.
It gets pretty gnarly.
That is
But
crazy. My god.
Rapture Talk.
Rapture talk right there.
Okay. Here, we'll move to something. We'll shift it away from alien spacecraft and the Rapture Talk, although extremely entertaining. Jamie, do you want to take the Warren Museum has been bought by TikTokers?
Yeah, so have you heard about this, Nick? I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on the Warren Museum or anything like that.
Oh, not the Warren Museum. Oh
Yeah.
boy.
How do you feel about the Warren?
Let's listen to that first. How do you feel about the Warrens?
The Warrens are interesting. Because they have such a long career of looking into things, and they could have encountered any range of very serious stuff that was going on to stuff that was actually maybe bullshit when somebody just really wrapped up in whatever kind of things that they managed to wrap themselves in and then get other people involved where there was really not activity per se but something that they managed to energetically cook up a little bit on their own. Yeah, I really don't know, but what you can kind of bank on is that with the reputation that the Warrens now have and everything related to what they got into, any sort of idea of their objects, their museum, their belongings, whatever the origin is and might have been attached at one point or is still attached, what you can bank on now is the literal present consciousness energy attached to the whole thing that we have created through the big idea of the Warrens and their haunted history. So now it's like, are you likelier to pick up something freaky just because of that? Yes. And you did it to yourselves because of the common media landscape.
I think the Warrens are interesting. They were this is my opinion about them, and I think Jamie and I may have spoken about them before. I do think that they more than likely were true believers, and I think, like you said, I think that they did encounter some real stuff, but and that's a big but. I also think they heavily embellished, and they were good storytellers. And I think even if there wasn't something there, they always knew that they could make a buck selling a book. And I think that really damaged their legacy. Because I do think that they were true believers, and I do think at times they really did think they were helping people. But I also think there was a fair bit of bullshit with what they did, and I think that really tarnished their legacy.
It's
Yeah.
kind of the sense I have too, is that I can't say that they were 100%, just immediately feeling like, how do I feel about Ed and Lorraine Warren? It comes back of, they probably hit on some stuff that was legitimate, but I can't look at them and say, that's 100%. No, there's something about that that does not sit right with me in the same way that you just build it. Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
there's
also, and I just want to say really quick, and they're just flawed people, but there's also like weird stuff with Ed that like I think it just paints them as like not great, very flawed people. Like Ed was cheating on Lorraine, like that. This is very publicly come out that there was like it was like I think the person was like 17 or something when Ed was like 40 or 50, and the woman was like living with the Warrens and like a separate, like there was like a
they got
whole
them
like
pregnant, I think, as well.
yeah, there was
along
like a whole
those.
sordid history with them. But so I have my other like being like, geez, I'm like, I wish that Hollywood would stop glamorizing these people. And I think that's my biggest problem with the story of the Warrens is we've taken Patrick Wilson and Vera Famiga, is that her? I think that's her name. So we've taken these two very attractive people and we've turned them into like Christian superheroes that are battling demonic forces. And we're not also there's very specific things with their contracts, like they weren't allowed to talk about any of this negative stuff. Or any of the, like they weren't allowed to disclose these in the films. They weren't allowed to like say anything damaging about their legacy on the films. So I really wish we would stop glamorizing and we were given like a full story about the Warrens. But I think that they were very complicated people.
Yeah, I mean, I am probably in the more negative spaces from you guys. I personally think a lot of it was more made up in their side, because more often than not, when everyone has always talked about the Warrens not doing it for profit, there's usually been something that's come out that kind of has leaned in that kind of direction. I'm not saying that I'm not a non-believer in the paranormal side. I love hearing those kinds of stories, but the Warrens themselves, I kind of, every time I've looked into it in each case they have done, there has always been something very iffy about every single one I've found. I do actually think they have created an interesting legacy from the stories that came from it. I love the idea of a museum from the Warrens and these artifacts that have been, each one represents like a story and an adventure that has come from it.
Yeah.
Different case. I think that's a fascinating, because as a storyteller perspective, I find that fascinating. I think that's a very incredible thing that someone should take advantage of to utilize into a story. Maybe not necessarily covering the Warrens, but something along that idea, because it's just a very fascinating idea. But them themselves, I actually, like you said, I do think they were flawed people, and I don't think I believe really. Maybe they believed it, maybe, but I don't think any of the cases they actually went on were legit. Basically, when I've looked into their work.
I think my biggest thing is when I watch their movies and I see like, I will fully admit I love the Conjuring movies. I think they're great. I haven't seen the new one, but
new one is pretty good. I actually watched that just recently.
I love the universe, love it, love them. But like when I watch it, I'm seeing Patrick Wilson, who's like very, very like an attractive man, Broadway singer, great actor. He's singing like Elvis songs to his wife, who's like an attractive woman. And like, you're like, wow, like these two Christian superheroes, they love each other. And then you see the real pictures of the Warrens and you go, ah!
Yeah, it's a bit of a different reaction there, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. You see that. And like, but then you also like read about their sordid history and you're like, this is fake. It's like I'm watching the Marvel superheroes of paranormal investigators. This isn't real at all. And I do hope that someday we get, and like, rest in peace. Ed and Lorraine have both passed. I do hope that we get now that they have passed, I do hope that we get like an actual objective film about their lives that present everything, warts and all. We get like an actual, here's what they did and here's how and why they did it. And I do think that they were true believers, but I also think there's a lot of questionable things about their past as well. And I also think that they were profiteers. They were definitely trying to make money. They had, I mean, look at so many of their cases, like the Enfield poltergeist in your neck of the woods, Jamie.
Yes, yeah.
Very famously, that comes to mind because they weren't even involved in that investigation. They just showed up and they barged in. They just like I forget the investigator's name that was investigating that case. But I'm paraphrasing, but he was like, I do think I'm paraphrasing what he said, but I read some quote from him and he was like, I was investigating this presence that was here. And these two idiots just showed up and started like, we're in charge now. We're the Warrens. Yeah. And they just barged in and took over my investigation, which is messed up. And now,
they did that. And then I think even the kids who were supposedly, you know, whether or not that case was real, they even said themselves, the Warrens didn't do anything. They actually made it worse, whatever it was.
They just showed up and started
for another 4 years. Around. Yeah.
Right. But, we should talk with what we're. This is what
segues into profit because I actually saw a TikTok of a lady trying to defend the Warrens, going that if the Warrens were lying, then why do they still keep the museum open and they own it? Which segues straight into this: the fact that they've sold it.
Right into air horn, money.
Because the argument I think was that like if they were really not lying and you know if they really were lying, why would they keep the museum when ghost hunting and paranormal stuff has been on a bit of a declining trend? Well, to answer that is they have sold it. The people have sold it to a YouTuber and a comedian, Matt Rife. Yeah, there you go. I
will say though, I do think that Matt Rife. I've seen a lot of videos with Matt. I've watched some videos of him talking about this, and I do think he's a true believer.
Oh yeah, I don't think these guys are. I don't think these are just crazy TikTok-y people that have just come in and gone, I'm gonna, we're gonna do it because we think it's cool. I think they legit are interested in it, which is good. I think,
knowing a little bit about this story, I think that I forget her name, but so Ed and Lorraine passed. Lorraine was, I think she might have passed in 2019, pretty recently. And the house and the museum were being run by her son-in-law and her daughter. And from what I read, they just didn't want to, they were like, we don't want to be, like, they just didn't want to do it. And they decided to sell it. But if I remember the detail, like they had to keep the entire collection together was the entire selling point, was like, we'll sell you the property, we'll sell you the museum, but you have to keep the museum together. You can't separate it. I'm glad that somebody bought it and is going to preserve it. I think that believe it or not believe it, and I don't know how Nick feels about this, but it's like believe it or not believe it. I do believe that there probably is some supernatural energy to at least some of these artifacts. I'm glad that it's still going to be there and you'll be able to visit it. Nick, you're going to be close to it. You should visit it. Tell us how.
I'll give the TikTok a play for it first, and we'll see what they say, because I think this is him announcing that he's bought the Warrens.
But incredible announcement. I have just bought the Ed and Lorraine Warrens Home and Occult Museum with my very good friend Elton Castay. If you guys have ever seen any of the Conjuring films, the Annabelle films, or even Amityville Horror, this is the home that inspired all of those stories. This might be the most important and prominent piece of paranormal history in the world. Ed and Lorraine Warren are who took demonology and ghost hunting and paranormal investigation and made it mainstream. Now, I know a lot of you guys don't know what any of this means whatsoever, but if you follow ghost stuff, this is about as big as it gets. So what does this all mean? It means that Elton Castay and myself are the owners of the physical Ed and Lorraine Warren's Home and Occult Museum.
Elton Castay, I believe, has a paranormal YouTube channel.
Yeah, I believe so.
Of all 750 haunted artifacts,
I think they've all been. I think they've been doing actual investigations and things on TikTok in the museum itself.
And items, in the Warren Museum, including the Annabelle doll. I must go on record and say we do not legally own the items, but we are the legal guardians and caretakers of the items for at least the next 5 years. And what this means for you guys is you are going to soon be able to book a night or a weekend and stay at the Warrens' house.
Let's go.
So, okay, I'm sorry, but that's ringing alarm bells. They're the first thing. Oh, come on. We're turning it into a tourist trap. There you go.
Investigate the house and the history of the house, as well as the museum and all the artifacts inside of it. This is the most random hobby ever, but it's so fucking cool, man. I should probably collect stamps or something. Might be a little safer.
I do think it's I'm glad that this extremely wealthy comedian bought this property and is keeping the museum intact, but it's like, why? I did look on their website too. It's like it's very expensive to book a stay at their Airbnb, but it's like, I don't know. I do have an issue with like monetizing it to that degree. It's like, just make it open to the public. Just charge an admission. So let people go.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
you could, but that would also be. So that's
Come on then, Nick. What's
Imagine-
you've got your stuff.
that's kind of like inviting the masses to come check out an open sewer hole. Who wants to come and sniff the open sewer hole, everybody? Because this is... Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, they've decided to monetize it. I guess he's trying to. I guess they're trying to get their money back for their investment.
That's what I was about to say. I think that's why it's so pricey. They probably need to get that money back from.
Right.
Probably paid a lot of money for to get it.
Right. Because I think that this was also like their daughter. I think she's probably in her 60s, and like the son-in-law, I think he's in his 60s. So I think that they probably viewed this as like this is their retirement. Nest egg. I think that they sold this. I don't know how much they sold it for, but I can't imagine it was less than $1 million.
It's gotta be something, yeah, like that.
I'm glad that they kept it together.
I think
That's
so.
like the most I can
it's
say
interesting
about this.
because the fact that it's kind of becoming a bit of a touristy thing that they're talking about, it actually kind of ties into the fact that, you know, there's a lot of things going on sale right now. In fact, the Conjuring House is going on sale on the 31st of October this year.
Let's go.
And there is actually an
Halloween.
Indiegogo. Yeah, there's actually an Indiegogo from Jason. What's his name now? Jason. He's from
Voorhees.
Ghost.
He's come back from Camp Crystal Lake. He's gonna buy it.
You're right. He's gonna get it. I forgot his name now. He's from Ghost.
I don't know if you know.
Hunters.
I don't know if you know this, Jamie, but also Jason Voorhees and Freddy Krueger are going to announce that they're lovers.
Oh wow! I can't believe it.
They're moving in together.
What's his name? Jason Hawes. That's what it was. I knew he had a
guy from
strange name.
It's the guy from Ghost Adventures.
Yes, he's basically. So you were talking about how turning the what did you call it? The Warrens Museum into a tourist trap, and how it's kind of like a bit icky. Apparently, he has raised an Indiegogo where he wants to buy the Conjuring House to specifically not do that, because it's going on auction on the 31st of October. So he's created an Indiegogo, and I think he says he's going to match every dollar that is donated to the Indiegogo. So obviously if up to $1 million apparently. So if they get $1 million in there, it's going to go straight to $2 million. And that's what they're going to throw to.
It's better to hear, like, keep it off limits. I assume that they'll let paranormal investigators in, but it'll be closed to the public.
I think so.
that's a better idea. I think that I don't know a ton about Matt Rife. I've seen some of his comedy clips when I was like trying to, because I had no idea who he was. So I Googled like Matt Rife comedy because I wanted to see it. And he does like kind of like bro comedy. And I was like, this is like Dane Cook just bought this place. And it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like that's like the level of comedy that Matt Rife does. It's like, he's not doing like poignant, like bits. He's doing like Dane Cook, like punchline-y bro comedy type stuff. And I was like, it's nice that this guy bought it, but I don't know. I feel like it's not in the best of hands, but I do feel like Conjuring House, this is a real, this is the guy from Taps, right? The show that Nathan was talking about.
Yeah,
This is a real paranormal investigator who I do think probably has more reverence.
Yeah.
For the property, and I think Matt Rife, I think that's an entertainer, that's a comedian, that's an actor, and it's like.
But it feels very different because the way that one's been bought and the fact it's going to they're turning it into an Airbnb, and they're trying to like play it off as like, well, we're being respectful, we're keeping things together. Meanwhile, this guy, if you read his Indiegogo, he basically says, I don't want it. I don't want this house, but a lot of friends of mine said you got to get it or it's going to turn into a tourist trap. So I have it. I'm going to be losing money. Like he's literally his entire Indiegogo is kind of him going, what? I don't want it, but I have to. So it feels more like this feels more like a legit thing because he's also said if someone outbids him, he'll refund everyone who donated to the Indiegogo. To the Indiegogo, it's GoFundMe, I guess, on this thing I'm realizing now. Because what happened was, apparently, it was originally $1 million the target, but then someone, anonymous donator behind the scenes, said they will give $400,000 if they reach the goal of 600,000. And then another anonymous person literally gave them $100,000, which brought it down to $500,000. So they only need to reach $500,000.
Oh, there I am.
Oh,
okay.
Wait, I'm back.
Oh, did we?
Okay.
Did you die? Did we die? Did I lose?
There was an internet tornado. We're back.
There was an internet tornado. Oh no! Didn't affect the stream, did it?
Wait, what happened? I heard an ooh-woo.
Think that might have
somebody
been
doing a blurp. Is that somebody blurping you? Blurping me?
No, it's Nick.
Somebody.
How do you not see it lighting up? He's clearly speaking.
Oh, I thought somebody was blurping me. I was like, am I being blurped?
I should have said anything. I should have just let him keep going. Oh. Why did I even bring it up?
I guess some real bad things in here, too.
Hey.
Oh.
Nice cock.
It basically is a blurb.
I mean, yeah, kind of in that regard. Anyway, what did I cut off from? What was I saying?
Oh, wait, speaking of that, now that we've brought blurp into the conversation, everybody loves blurp. Nick, we need you to add blurp to your streams, and we need you to do what Jamie and I say this in a true fashion. Jamie and I have been trying to become so blurp is it's an extension on Twitch where people can do media share, people can play sound files, people can do like overlays and stuff. They donate for this to happen. They do it through the Twitch extension or like there's a blurp overlay. They have a top 100. Jamie and I have been trying to be the top blurpers for like ever, and we can't beat this one guy. We don't have the star power to beat this one guy, this Twitch guy named Captain Tube Socks, who keeps beating us. Nick, we need you to become the number one blurper. You're our only hope. Exactly. You're our last hope. We need you to become number one blurper. Do what we couldn't do. Do it for us.
Take the mantle. Go on.
Such despair.
But basically it's those. It's people doing that, but every time they do it, you'll get money.
Which, speaking of money, if you would like to donate to Odd Boys right now and help us keep this channel going, feel free to obviously send either super chats or any other kind of things like memberships or the Ko-Fi link. There's a Ko-Fi link at the top. It would be very nice if you could. I
should say that if we get one red super chat, we will fire. I'll call Nathan and fire him.
Yeah, 100%. Red super chat. How much is that? That's easy.
$100.
$100. Yeah, hell yeah. I'll fire Nathan for $100. Why not?
Exactly. Jamie has 0 chill, and for one red super chat, he will call Nathan and say, "I'm firing your ass."
I mean, why do we need Nathan now? Look at this production. I mean, we're just flying through these things. We're too good at this now.
I will say, I don't know if Nick knows this about Nathan, but every single stream I've ever done with Nathan, or Nathan's done himself, there is always a significant tech issue. Nathan, he says he's cursed with technology. He just doesn't know what he's doing with technology. But every single stream, something catastrophic happens to the stream. Like his microphone doesn't work, camera doesn't work. He got raided by, at the time, they were one of the biggest Twitch people. He got raided by Iron Mouse during her like subathon. He got raided with like 50,000 people or something. And when he did it, he kicked his computer and it shut off.
Yep, I remember that.
So I will say, Jamie, you've not kicked your computer once.
That's true.
There's been no catastrophic microphone errors or video errors. You added Nathan to a call midstream.
Imagine Nathan trying to do that. If an extra person had to join after he got all of his cropping, that would have been a disaster. Oh my goodness.
I will say, excellent work, Jamie.
Let's go. Pew, pew, pew. I just fired out of the park. All right. I think, should we get onto I guess the main thing that we were talking about before, unless there's anything else.
Before we get into the main thing, I did want to do this one really quick. This is a follow-up. This is the police search for, we can do the second one. Nathan and I talked about this last week, I think. Basically, and I'll tee it up. So there was in, where was this town? This was in Virginia, Alexandria, Virginia. There was on a Ring doorbell camera, a group of masked psychopaths showed up to this lady's house. And she had cameras around her property. They were saying things like, "We're going to get you. Open up the goddamn door." Terrified this woman. They went around back, ripped off her screen door, trying to get into her house, and then left the property. Police have discovered the identities of the individuals, and they were relative. The woman had no idea, and these were relatives of hers playing a prank. Police have found the individuals. And the thing that is, we can watch the video really quick on this as well. But it turns out that it was a group of teenagers being aided by their children, but not by their children. It's a group of children being aided by their parents playing a prank on a relative. And so we've cracked the code here, but awful story.
Jesus, so they broke into. That's not a prank. Yeah, they broke into someone's house and smashed what? That's not a prank. That's someone getting caught and then trying to say it's that's literally the prank YouTube pranksters when they get caught after doing something heinous and then they go, "It's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank."
Yeah, that's basically what's happening. But basically, investigators said that they received a tip shortly after the investigation became public that the masked group was related to the victims. From there, officers said, and this is from ABC News, from there, officers said an adult woman confessed that she had helped her two sons and her nephew with the prank. Police have said that they put 100 man-hours, dozens of police officers into this investigation, wasted how many thousands of dollars of taxpayer money, all because this family decided to terrorize a family member. And the family member was not aware that this was happening. This was a prank gone awry. But apparently, after this mass trio showed up, the woman called her brother, I believe. The brother showed up with a loaded gun.
What?
Like the masked individuals had taken off with their parents, and this person showed, because this person thought that they thought that this was the what's that movie?
The Strangers.
The Strangers, yeah. They thought that this was The Strangers. This woman called her, I believe, her brother. The brother showed up with a gun to be like, "I'm coming over here to save you." But yes, absolutely crazy. But yeah, this was the footage right here.
Real awkward at Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Remember that time when you caved in my house? It was great.
Mm-hmm. But I will say they're not pressing charges. But what did the chief say here? The chief said, and this is the chief of the town, "For me, my team, and this community, it represents a moral failure. A moral failure where consequences could result in deadly consequences." Yeah, like what would have happened what if this woman had a gun and these were teenagers that were playing the prank? What if this woman blew away these teenagers through the door or something?
Yeah.
Really? stupid idea.
That
but
seems like a very dumb thing. Yeah, my God.
The identity of the masked psychopaths has been discovered, and they were related to the. Yeah, you can see it here.
Yeah,
they were related to the victim here.
What the hell? Screaming at the top of his voice as well, like.
Right, and they go around back at one point and rip the screen door off too.
Oh my God.
Like they got really method acting.
Method acting. I mean, what? That's not method acting at that point. That is just.
No.
What? Nah, I don't know what. No, that's the same as that woman who just hired a hitman on her husband and then went, "Am I a bad person for wanting him dead? It was just a prank, bro." Jeez, some people.
We've had this was the update to the story. We thought we'd update everybody. This was just a couple days ago. Police have discovered the culprits, and they were related to the victim.
Oh my God! Ugh. Someone said it reminds them of the Prank Nation days. That was the popular one. God, yeah, I remember those. Were you around when that happened with the Prank Nation stuff, Tom?
No, what was Prank Nation?
Oh my God! So, but yeah, back in, I think Nick might have been. Were you around when that was happening? The prank stuff going around.
I can't remember any sort of Prank Nation. No.
Oh, there was a thing that was crazy. It was 10 years ago now, I think. But basically, there was this guy, clearly fake pranks, but he would quote unquote walk up to women on the street and just start kissing them, not saying anything at all. Just start and that was every single prank. That was his entire channel. Every single channel was, I kiss women in public or something. And that was just the entire time. And it was just, and the amount of times, if you ever watch the videos, it was just them kissing for like 5 minutes straight. And then there'd be one of their friends just awkwardly standing in the corner looking. And it was such a strange... I remember thinking I was in the wrong part of the internet because people started talking about it. At that point, I was like,
you were in the wrong part of the internet.
I've really entered a dark area.
Like a weird public video kink.
Yeah, it had to have been
something covert. Oh,
my thought is it was targeted at young boys, like 13 or something like that. Because it's like a thing they're watching instead of like just going to Pornhub or something like that. Because I think it felt like a fetish thing or something that they were trying to appeal to, and I feel like it had to have been something like, because it was getting millions of views, and around and usually when something gets a ridiculous amount of views, but then there's but it's not really, it's a very strange thing like that. It's usually kids just suddenly coming across it on like kids on YouTube Kids or something, which further confirms that like YouTube Kids is just an absolute nightmare. I think they just delete that entirely, because the things that get through that filter is just absolutely insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, good lord.
Oh yeah, Vitali did. Endred in the chat said Vitali. Yeah, Vitali did some pretty. I mean, he's in jail now though, right? Vitali.
Well.
Like, so I don't know if anybody knows who Vitali is. He was a huge YouTuber who I think he might have been banned from YouTube, but now he went to Kick, and then he was still doing prank stuff, and I believe he's in jail now. But like, that's another, like, they would go very far with their prank stuff.
Prank Invasion, that's what it was. So it's like over here. They were just, there's a video, I guess, what happened to him, but like literally they were just kissing pranks. And they were just, I don't think his channel exists anymore, but like he had millions of subscribers. I'm pretty sure he had hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
He would go up to real people and just say, "Can we kiss?"
No, I'm pretty sure it was fake. I am 100% because they were all fake. Okay. But like he was always pretending that it was. But I also was like, "What's the prank?" Like I don't understand.
Right. It's not. Yeah. I think.
On you.
Yeah, exactly.
Finding the strange thing. Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, it's like
a prank. No, it's a fetish. Ha! Got your views.
Yeah, this is definitely I think Jamie's right if what you were saying is this appeals to like adolescent boys who are like, I wish I could just go up and start kissing everybody.
Yeah, and they'll think it's real as well, because it's like, who in their right mind would think that? Because if you actually watch it, you could just tell it's like they paid them or something to just do this, which is a weird thing to pay someone to do.
It's definitely a fetish thing. This is like appealing to. This is appealing to the. Yeah, it's definitely a fetish
thing. Strange part of the fact that appeared in my brain when someone mentioned that in the chat. Good lord. But,
well, I wanted to make sure we got the update for this story. The culprits have been found. It wasn't The Purge. It wasn't The Strangers Part 3. It was sadly it was their family. It was their family doing a horrible prank. Yeah, but I mean predictable twist.
Yeah,
I think.
Not really. Yeah, exactly. So I guess that brings us on to the main thing, I guess, before we probably move on to ghost stories and other things that you guys said. I think we'll talk about Chris Stockman. I think, you know, he has had he's a YouTuber critic. Don't know if anyone is aware of them.
Stockman
in the chat. He's a very old YouTuber now. He's been doing it for quite a bit.
Hey, Nick and I are like his age. Let's not throw other old.
No, I meant like how long he's been doing YouTube. He's been doing it for nearly 15 years or something like that. So
but I've been doing YouTube for nearly 15 years.
No, you haven't. You just like appeared in like Nathan's channel for like 10 of them.
No.
And then you eventually like did stuff.
No, that's not true. I did character comedy on my YouTube channel for a while, but I've gotten rid of all those videos because I wasn't very funny. This was my Yakima.
Yeah, but
Jamie.
that's not you then. That's literally like you just randomly uploaded. This is a guy that was literally dedicated to reviewing movies for like years, and he did it all the time. And he officially did it, and he officially said, I want to make a horror movie. And he made Shelby Oaks. And obviously, Nick, you'll be very familiar with that as well, because for anyone who doesn't know about Shelby Oaks and the things that was going on there was actually an ARG that happened I say on fiction that happened.
A pretty good on fiction. I watched it. I am excited. So I will say before we watch this, I wish that this movie was put on demand or had like an actual national release. I found one theater playing it near me, and I was like, man, I want to go see it. I wanted to see the movie before the show so I could speak in a non-spoiler way about it, but I could only find one theater near me playing it. It's not playing anywhere.
Yeah, I'm in the UK, so it's not really over here with the release, but I have heard it's been released, and for anyone who doesn't know, there was an unfiction attached to this that came out a couple of years ago, because if you actually watch the movie, there is obviously a person that supposedly has gone missing, and they used to make a show called Paranormal Paranoids. Well, the Paranormal Paranoids is actually available on YouTube, the entirety of it, then you can watch it, and it's pretty freaking good, which has got a lot of people hyped for the movie itself, and including myself, because I loved Paranormal Paranoids, and I was very hyped for this movie. I have heard that a lot of critics are a bit harsh on this movie and haven't really enjoyed it as much. I have not seen it yet, but I will say that I feel like out of all people, I am probably going to be incredibly lenient on it regardless, because I judge movies a little bit differently probably to what a lot of other people judge them by. I put movies into two categories. One where I will scrutinize a lot more, and one where I'm far more lenient on it. And that group where I'm far more lenient is, did this person get to make exactly what they wanted? How many times did they have to go through test screenings, forced to change things because of a producer, and more things go through that rigmarole of making a movie? How much of their vision actually made it to the screen? And I think with Shelby Oaks, considering it was more of a Kickstarter and a thing that he just wanted to actually make, I feel like that is far more closer to the thing that Chris probably wanted. I'd have to look into it a little bit more to make sure that that's the case. But that is my understanding, if that is my understanding, I feel like in a time where AI is very much on the rise and things are becoming very sanitized, rough around the edges, I think flaws in movies of a thing someone really wanted to make and they got to make it, I think those flaws are just as great as the actual movie itself when it comes to someone who got to make exactly what they wanted. But yeah, I wanted to say my piece first anyway, before I move on to what you guys are probably going to make of it all. But
yeah, I guess
yeah.
If you want to, if you, I know that you had a video on it, Nick, I believe. If you wanted to, I don't know if you've seen the movie. I guess you could give us your thoughts about the ARG and the movie if you've seen it.
So, Paranormal Paranoids, definitely I categorize as unfiction. This is one of those cases where you just hit play, you do not play, you just hit play. In those cases, I really just call those immersive narrative. Not really interactive project. I can't remember people truly, maybe because I think there was a Twitter account for just the Paranoid who was the uploader and is a character.
There is a Twitter. I will interject and say there is a Twitter account, so the people were interacting with the Twitter, I think.
Yeah, so it would be unfiction-y, because,
unfiction-y, yeah.
It would be unfiction-y, because what would establish it as an ARG, because I had a word with, obviously the creator of The Sun Vanished specifically calls theirs an ARG because of the polls that are on the Twitter account. And whatever is decided on there by the audience changes the course of events in the story. And that's what makes it an ARG rather than just a narrative on Twitter.
Because your play factor influences the outcome, and there is, in fact, a factor of play. So that's always how I categorize it, is an ARG, it is alternate reality game. In order for it to be a game, there must be a significant factor of play. Now, anything else that kind of falls outside of that umbrella, where you don't have to play, or you could just hit play, that's just unfiction. ARG goes under unfiction, but that's more the case where it's like, it's unfiction, and then you have to ask, is it immersive narrative? Is it interactive project? Or is it the weird new animal that we've been kind of looking at for a few years, where it's like, that's neither, but it definitely feels like our kid somehow. But yes, it was an unfiction series. Kind of like that flip-flop between interactive project and immersive narrative, more so immersive narrative, following the Paranormal Paranoids and the old tapes that they would have uploaded to YouTube back before the group went missing. And this effort was orchestrated by Jess the Paranoid, who was a fan of the group and wanted to know what happened to them. That led right up into the announcement that Chris Stuckman had, well, it seemed at the time, had been chosen to be adapting it for a major film, which would be Shelby Oaks, and then the Kickstarter came out. In my video at the time, I looked at it and I basically, I shot straight. It's like, there's a very high possibility here that Paranormal Paranoids was made by Chris Stuckman, and it is basically the beginning of this story, which has turned out to be very much, it seems, the case, which Shelby Oaks is completing the story that begins with Paranormal Paranoids. You do get a very significant amount of Paranormal Paranoids look in Shelby Oaks, but then it goes beyond that, which is, okay, so really what happened to them and what happens now, and seeing what happened to them. It was a good time. Okay. It was a really, really good time, Paranormal Paranoids, and I have seen Shelby Oaks. I am in an interesting position to share any thoughts or feelings about Shelby Oaks after seeing Shelby Oaks.
Oh, very nice. Okay.
Which means that it's one of those cases where I have to sit and smile and laugh. It's like, well, I don't even know how people would view my opinion of it now. Because
interesting.
Have you seen it, Tom?
I'll preface this and say, and I will bring this up because I do feel like it's important to bring up as well. Just to give you some context, it was playing at a theater. I found a theater it was playing at, and my wife is Mexican, and the theater that we found that was playing the movie there was reported that there was ice activity in this like area, and that is a very terrifying thing. And I'm just going to put this out in the atmosphere just because I do feel like this is important to put these words out there, and I think that I need to make my position very clear. The current administration that is running the country is doing a horrendous job, and they're awful, and real people's lives are being very directly impacted by very cruel and inhumane policies. And I do want to put that out there. And I probably maybe lose some viewership for like opinions like this, because I know people don't like when you say things like this, but please fuck off. Fuck off, people that support the current administration and ICE and all of their activities. Fuck off. Don't follow this channel anymore. But in the most roundabout way, we were going to go see this movie, and we heard that there was ICE activity, and we were like, we'll wait for it to be on demand.
Yeah, because to also throw in some context for anyone who might be outside of the States as well, there was a law that passed, or something had passed, that allows ICE to just racial profile anyone. So anyone with a slightly different colored skin can literally just get detained. So you might be thinking, why is she just worrying about that if she's got nothing to hide? Literally, they can just take her in just because they can see that she's Mexican. So they can just immediately just judge based on her skin color.
The Supreme Court in September said it's okay if you do that, ICE. You can racially profile people. So the ICE as an organization can just they can just stop you and go, we need to see your identification. You need to prove that you're a U.S. citizen. But like that used to be illegal. And that's a huge government or overreach. And the Supreme Court said that was okay for them to do, which is horrendous. And that is awful. And I feel very terribly for people that like, and I see what my wife and her coworkers and stuff like have to go through, and that's awful.
Yeah.
Nobody should have to live in fear, especially if somebody's here like a citizen of the country, or they're here legally on like a legal visa or like anything like that. Nobody should be afraid to just for this. In the most roundabout way, you shouldn't be afraid to go to the movies because you hear that a government organization, in my opinion, is conducting extremely unethical, illegal activity and detaining people that are going into this theater. It's crazy. Crazy. But to answer your question, I wanted to see the movie before the show, but it's just not playing. It's playing at like I think it's playing at Cinemark and maybe like Regal, and we couldn't find the only theater that we could find like nearby. There were like if there's apps that you can look at for like are people being abducted from this area, and that specific like that theater area. There was ICE activity, so we were like, yeah, we should wait for this to come on demand.
Yeah.
That is horrible. I'm sorry. It's
Thank you.
It's horrible. I've had many friends who are very scared now in the States who are in similar situations. It is not good. But obviously, just to bring that out there, and then we'll bring it around to what we were talking about with the movie Shelby Oaks. You have actually seen it, Nick. And so I'm actually interested in obviously what you have to say about it, especially from what I've heard as well online. So I'm very curious.
What have you heard?
So
I guess you can go for it. I was gonna say, did you see the same review? I saw so Chris Stuckman. I don't know if you've watched Chris Stuckman, Nick, but Chris Stuckman has a direct competitor. And his competitor is another reviewer named Jeremy Johns. And I watched Jeremy Johns' review of the movie, and he was super critical of it. And he said, and I'm paraphrasing, he said it was, he kind of gave it it was okay. And I was like, oof. But he claims that it's his job as a reviewer to be honest, and it doesn't matter if he like ruffles any feathers or whatever. But I also feel like he's not. He did mention the unfiction, but he was. I felt he was pretty harsh about it, is what I heard. I saw his review, and he was pretty harsh about it. I felt.
I have seen mixed reviews of basically a similar thing. A lot of people I think it opens well, but then it kind of trails off into a lot of movie tropes and things. And so people are very critical of it. And I think they're coming out with the same thing of it was meh. And that's why I prefaced at the very beginning that even though I have not seen this movie yet, I characterize movies in two different brackets. And I feel, as assuming that Chris got to make exactly what he wanted, I'm going to be in the more lenient train compared to what movie critics seem to be saying about the movie. But obviously, curious what you have to say, Nick.
Yeah. So, pertaining to what you said, it very much seems to me like Chris got to make what he wanted, especially because part of the reason that Shelby Oaks took quite a while to come out was because after Neon decided to back it and Mike Flanagan got involved, they took a look at what they had for the movie versus what they had for the script. And they asked Chris, hey, you've got a few scenes in here and quite a few bits of description that seem a little bit more hardcore than what we've got in the film. Like, what's the deal? Why didn't you film these? And the honest response was, well, we didn't really have the resources to do that. And they just kind of looked at him and said, like, opened their hands, like, would you like to get that in the film? Would you like to get that blood in there? And so he's like, yes. So they were able to go back in and add in more of the original vision. So it seems to be the case of, yes, it is very, very much what Chris Stuckman wanted to make. Now, there is, of course, the artist position of you make the thing and it's never going to be one-to-one with what's in your head. And then after the fact, you look at it with your cradled hand, it's like, man, give me another swing at it. Which is what artistry life is like. It doesn't matter how many times you refine it. After you put it out, after that moment of it is done, you'll sit there for 15 minutes and go, shit, I could have done this better. I could have done that. I wish I'd done this. But Shelby Oaks. So let me lay it out like this. All right. I was very excited for Shelby Oaks. I've been watching Chris Stuckman since I started Night Mind. I have been a viewer of Chris Stuckman's for that long. I've mentioned him years ago in a video wrap-up of some of my favorite channels that had really nothing to do with horror. Maybe one or two to do with horror. But Chris Stuckman, I do believe I added him in there. In Paranormal Paranoid's video, I did bring up that I had been a viewer of Chris Stuckman's for quite a while. That I watched a lot of his stuff in the early years, and he helped form my expansion on the ideas of, what is cinema and what movies are out there. So it was very formative. So when I saw that he was attached to this unfiction project and it was gonna be a film that he'd work on and it would be his first film, I was like, whoo, fucking raw, hell yeah, massive support. So of course I was 100% behind it. I backed the Kickstarter. I was definitely all in. I was proud to make the video. I was proud that this was even happening. It was very exciting and very surprising. So as a backer, of course, of a certain tier, you get access to backer screenings for free. For the tier that you have, there was one in my area. There was a Boston screening. So me and my fiance, Graffy, we went to see the Boston screening early in October. And really cool thing to go there, know that, yes, we're finally seeing Shelby Oaks after all this time. Fuck yeah, Shelby Oaks. So I go in the theater and we're watching the film. And after my Paranormal Paranoids video, I actually did have a moment of just kind of the tip of the hat because sometimes you do things, you guys will attest, sometimes you do things online pertaining to giving other people a thumbs up and they wave back at you as a, hey, thank you. I see the recognition. Thank you. And you wave back and it's like, hey, thank you. And off you go. You tip your hat to each other and you walk on your ways. So me and Graph are sitting in the theater, we're watching it. The good like first third of the movie or first quarter of the movie is actually all from like a mockumentary perspective,
Oh.
bringing in the Paranormal Paranoids YouTube channel that existed, and then just the Paranoid bringing it back. And
Mhm.
all of the things in universe of the story that happened, in universe media coverage, and then bringing it around to in universe online coverage.
Mhm.
My fiance reacted before I could when we saw my logo in the upper left corner and my voice came out of
Oh.
the
Oh,
speakers.
wow. Oh my god.
He
Wow.
he
That's
turned to
cool.
me, mouth agape, and then my jaw dropped because then I was processing what we were seeing and hearing. I could barely process my own words for the shock of the fucking NM logo on the
Uh-huh.
screen for however long it hovered there from my original video about paranormal paranoids. I can't
Mhm.
tell you what segment it was or what I said because I was just like dumbstruck. And then it rolled into a clip from Rainbot. And then it rolled into
Oh.
3 other channels in their coverage. And I'm just sitting there still processing what just happened. And it's like, he put me in the
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I
Yeah.
became part of the universal
You're part
unficted
of
story
Paranormal
as Shelby fucking
Paranoids.
Oaks. It's like, what? And just
Congratulations.
recognizing, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
It's a Graph even asked me at some point, it's like, how does it feel? I'm just shaking my head. It's like, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. And also get back into the flow of the movie.
Yeah, that'll
Mhm.
take you down
Because
the movie for a brief
it
moment.
did.
Yeah.
That took me out of the movie for a minute, dude. It
Oh.
just I guess one of the first things that I got like conscious thought about with that was, wow, that is that is film immortalization of all the people who supported this and a huge recognition of the online horror support scene in the way that
Mhm.
we do this sort of thing. That is the biggest thank you here. Have this, and we're not even going to tell you it's going to happen. You just get to sit there and have that surprise gift that I
Mhm.
never expected. I never ever thought I would go into the theaters, sit down, and see that kind of major turn and clap for 2 seconds for the people who do what we do. That was like, wow. So it's like it immediately I recognize I don't know if I can put a review on Nightmind about this because I'm
Yeah,
literally
you're
ending up in it
Yeah.
like that. So it's like I just shake my head and I laugh and I saw it's like whatever positivity I have about it or portions of it, people are still gonna have that raised eyebrow of, well, you kind of might have a bias, but it's like, okay.
Yeah.
So shaking off the shock, I can be objective when it's art because
Mhm.
that's what we do for a living. You know, it's like, doesn't matter how much I love you, doesn't matter how
Yeah.
much I support. When you're in the ring, when you're in the Nightmind office and you're on the screen, I must be Nick Nocturne. So, that being the case, Shelby Oaks is a mix of great moments, good moments, and moments where it's like, it is okay.
Yeah.
And just that little eyebrow raise of, are things happening a little bit fast and even too lean at times, where it's like you kind of can sense a lack of air or a lack of stylistic fat or just character exploration for, you know, what you'd expect out of other films. It is definitely inventive for bringing in different forms of media. It brings in mockumentary, it brings in found footage, it brings in classic live action dramatization where these characters are coming through and they're being exactly what you expect when you go into a movie. And you get mixes of these elements in ways that you don't even expect. And it's really cool to see that and realize I've never seen this kind of position and back and forth in a film before. But the for the majority of the pure live action part of the movie, it feels very much like a case of a short film has been given more runtime, so now it no longer categorizes as a short film, but it has all of the story beat, story beat, story beat, story beat, story beat,
Mhm.
narrative beat, narrative beat, narrative beat, go, 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 with moments of error in between. And like Graph and I always talk about films when we come home, on the way home, and even a little bit after the fact. And we reached the same page of it was very, we have a storyline, we are pursuing it with this character. Basically, nothing else matters. You're going to see the moments where it's like, this is the story point. This is the story point. On and on. It's like there's
Mhm.
not going to be a lot of breathing or significant character exploration beyond they are on the move and they are doing things. It does make for a much more proactive and consistently guided main character who, in the way that they operate, do kind of defy tropes of horror. You see moments where it's like in a any other horror movie the character would do this stupid thing. She does the complete opposite. Things that seem obvious to you, the character does them.
Mm.
Yes. The
Right.
audience, the awareness of we know how movies work traditionally and ways that we roll our eyes at, and you're gonna have that moment here of, hey, you know what? What if we said fuck that and the character actually did something smart? You have those moments. Um, But it is interesting to see an approach of what if we did cut out what others might describe as fluff and make it super lean? And the result of that is an odd feeling of, well, I kind of miss some of the scenes that would have slowed things down or given us a moment of life outside of the dogged chasing of the mystery towards its
Mhm.
endpoint. It does have some real moments of that is fucked up and horrible levels of horror that you kind of circle in on. Um, there are some scenes where you really do think it's like that is a shock. There's one golden moment in the whole film, and it's early in the film where you're gonna remember this whenever you think of Shelby Oaks. And it's the kind of thing where you would imagine people bring this up around each other, is talking about these moments in horror movies that stick with you. It's really good. Chris Stuckman's director of photography was at their peak during that sequence.
Mhm.
Uh, and anybody would guess who's seen it what I'm talking about. Because it's
Excited to see this now. I wish it
yeah.
was available. That was like the first thing I did. I was like, "Can I stream this anywhere?" And it is. I would have loved for this to have been available for Halloween, but I also know that Neon's probably trying to make some of their money back, so
Oh
I
yeah.
do get it.
Yeah. Um, Overall, like, can I say that I came away absolutely clamoring and wanted to be an evangelist for Shelby Oaks? No. From an actual, like, sit in the audience and watch a perspective, I cannot say that. For what it means for unfiction and YouTube creators and indie film and the idea of truly there is no gate, absolutely. I'm going to be an evangelist in that because it means that much and it is actually that kind of moment.
Mhm.
But yeah, when it comes to is it one of the best horror movies you've ever seen? No, but it has a couple of the greatest moments that I would write down. It's like, you got to see this. It's like, if you love found footage films, check out Shelby Oaks. It does a
Yeah.
different kind of thing. And for just certain things, it's like, that was really fucking good. Like, I gotta, yeah, I would talk about that. It's not bad. It is not bad. I wouldn't even call it just okay. I'd say that was good. That's how stuff where it's like I'll absolutely like go yo and I'll share a moment with somebody over it who's seen it. But it's like as far as changed my life, buy a Blu-ray, not I don't feel that. Again though, this is his first film. There's a difference for anybody who the first time they take an at bat, literally doing the thing and learning on the fly of so much that goes in that you did not know, even though you thought you knew. You know?
Yeah, actually making it. And I mean, I can say this as, and I'm sure, Jamie can as well, like going from making like a YouTube video to making more of a full production, it's two totally different things. So that's why I'm mostly curious about. First of all, I love found footage. But secondly, I'm really curious to see what Chris did beyond like, it's so different from making a YouTube video to making this like, he had a crew of dozens of people. He was responsible for actors. He's responsible for that pre-production, special effects. Like I'm mostly interested to see what he did given a very large budget, or like large, not large. And I think the budget was what, like $1 million. So small by movie standards, but beyond, so far beyond anything that he'd ever had before. I'm very curious to see what he does with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really curious where you can go from it, and I'm definitely curious about to see the movie. I am always, like, I do think, while maybe I won't come away thinking it's like the greatest movie ever, I think there is something about knowing that someone got to make something they wanted, and like as an artist got to put it out there. Like you said, Nick, as well, that, an artist is never going to be happy with it regardless. They're always going to want to improve. So once they upload or post or release whatever it is they make, they're always going to be critical themselves. But I think it's always nice regardless to definitely see
that's when you got to do the George Lucas. You make the special edition.
You're right, the special edition. The other thing I liked that you brought up, Nick, that I think is something that's lost in not just that horror movie, but I think it's in everything. Because I don't know if Piper's in the chat with us right now, but I think she brought it up, and I thought it's a very good point. And it's the idea of fluff being removed. People think that because it's fluff, it needs to go out. And she talked about a lot of TV shows, how there used to be a lot of filler episodes, and they've kind of removed that now. That's gone because Netflix have narrowed things down to 8 episodes, and they've removed that. I think you have episodes in the middle.
I think you gotta have the fluff. I love it when a show I really care about has that like a good, like what is a standard television season? 22 episodes. So I actually like, maybe maybe it's like because it's like a different generation thing, but there's so few shows that do the full 22 episode season now. I like the 22 episode season. I like seeing where can we take these characters? What can they, what can we do? So I like that if this movie has some of those fluff moments that ordinarily would have been cut, as long as it spends them with the characters in like an effective way, I'm okay with that. I like the fluff moments.
I think Nick was saying they're not in the movie. Those fluff moments
they're not
are gone.
Yeah.
Because I was talking about how that goes beyond from Shelby Oaks. I think it goes beyond. I think it goes into the actual shows and movies themselves now, because it's a lot more fast paced and keeping up with what the TikTok kind of fast paced area, which I think some stuff works. I think some of that can work, but I do think it's a shame that there aren't some shows that just allow those one-off episodes. Because I always go back to the show Gravity Falls with just 2 seasons. I think I'll always say, if you're doing a mystery, do not go beyond 2 seasons to tell it, because mysteries, you can only keep people hooked with a mystery so far. So you've got to have it revealed pretty quickly. And Gravity Falls did it perfectly, because I think more shows need to do it. They spent the first season as fluff and build up. So they had small standalone episodes where you got to understand the characters. You got to connect with them more. So then when the big hitting episodes happened in season 2, it felt much more impactful, because you'd already established a kind of a relationship with those characters in the first season, sitting through those episodes that didn't really, they were just them going on little adventures every episode.
So here's a great relationship I can draw to that. Shelby Oaks is like, so take one of the more story and lore critical episodes of Gravity Falls, right? And now take out the B plot that is more of the comedic side relief. And now it's just basically we have story and we're going after story.
Right, gotcha.
That's what happens here. Like we've seen a lot of horror movies. The kind of classic thing where it's like, okay, we have this big 10-minute sequence of scenes where the character is interacting with this location where the monster has been here before and there's photographic evidence of it and there are people who have died. What would we get in the next sequence after the character barely escapes from some kind of mysterious thing that they encountered that's not quite the monster but definitely related? We would maybe find them in their home the next morning, waking up after fitful sleep. They make their breakfast. They check on messages from people who are trying to check on them. You go through that little bit of psychological sit down with them of, oh boy, I'm going through an experience. And they might have a moment where they actually step outside and they call somebody. And you have that character building moment of, let's check on your mindset. Let's check on the reality of what's happening here. We have some beats along that line in Shelby Oaks in a very certain dynamic, but there still feels like there's more of that the film ordinarily would have had or we would have seen in other films. And it's just not there. It's just there's a dance that has to be observed between we have the story beat and the breath. We have the run and the walk. And there was a lot of running. And that's you feel it. You feel it. It has the running of a short film because a short film only has so much time.
Yeah.
Except the runtime was extended.
That's what it's from what you're saying, it sounds like Chris it sounds like maybe he just didn't it's a shame. It's like I'm trying to like
we can't really say much, I guess, until we've seen the movie. But it's
we can't say much. It sounds like it sounds to me, without having seen this, I'll probably have a similar criticism to Longlegs that I had when I saw that movie.
Oh yeah.
Where Longlegs I thought was great, but it felt like the movie needed 15 more minutes. And like I felt like the movie kind of ended and I was like, "Oh, this felt like the whole," in my opinion, and it's been so a while since I've seen that now. When did that come out? 2 years ago? A year ago? I felt like the last 20 minutes or so of Longlegs was super rushed to get to an ending where I was like, "Oh, I'm like this needed like 15 more minutes." But I also felt like we needed more time with Nicolas Cage's character. I felt would have fit the movie. It sounds like from what you're describing is it sounds like Stuckman maybe needed to add a little bit of that fluff to make you to break up the pacing a little bit. And I kind of felt that way about Longlegs, that it needed a little bit more time. It needed like one more scene, 2 more scenes. And maybe Stuckman would have benefited from that.
Possible. Yeah. I think a lot of
that feeling of too lean.
Yeah, too lean. Can see that.
Samba in the chat says, "Weird. I felt the same exact way, right down to the number." Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Samba. That's how I loved Longlegs. I thought it was great, but I was like, man, this needed like 15 more minutes. I was like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah. Also, Kai'Fly says, how I see it, it's good because it's almost like Shelby Oaks is walking so that unfiction ARG creators can run, and I'm all here for it. That's what Kai'Fly says in the chat. So thank you very much.
I will say I haven't seen it. I'm still extremely excited to see it. And even it sounds like you thought it was pretty good. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Nick, but it sounds like you thought it was pretty good. And I take your opinion at very, very high value. I'm very excited to see it. And I love found footage. I really liked Paranormal, the unfiction series behind it. And I think that it's awesome that Stuckman got to make. It's crazy. He got to make $1 million movie. Like, that's huge. Congratulations to him. That's awesome.
Yeah, he did. That is crazy. Yeah. I do love that.
It's the achievement of just like, because you sit back and you look at the story of how did this come to be? What does it mean? And that is so important wrapped up
Mhm.
with the film. It really is. Off the back of what you were reading from Kite Flyer, it's like we have this and we have the Backrooms by Kane Pixels coming. That is back
Yes.
to
Oh
back.
yeah.
If the
That's gonna be
Backrooms does
crazy.
well too,
I
that
forgot all
then
about
we're
I forgot
going.
all about that. I wish that Nathan was still here. Nathan, I don't know if he's still in it, but Kane was like writing him into the movie. So like I don't know what Nathan.
Oh no, have I lost someone? Have you gone? Have I lost all of you? Or is it just Tom? Oh. I don't know what's going on. Can chat still see me? I have no idea. Oh, we're back.
Did we lose you? Okay,
What
we're
happened?
back.
Did we lose
yeah,
me?
that's what I was. Wait, what? Just Tom?
Oh,
Is
was it
Nathan
just
here?
Tom?
Wait.
Okay. It was just I was just double checking to make sure it wasn't me that like I lost in the Discord.
Oh, it was
was
okay.
you.
It was just
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
I was just saying.
For a minute too.
Oh yeah. I was just saying. I need to ask Nathan if he's still.
Thank you, Javi.
So, long story short, Kane got his start. He was a dad fan that reached out to Nathan and had some like he wanted to do some like animation, and Nathan worked with him on some animated stuff for the Dad series. But I think that Kane really got his start with the ARGs and Unfiction because of Nathan working with him a little bit on the Dad stuff. So I think from what I'm remembering this from what Nathan told me, Nathan was going to have a little cameo in the Backrooms movie. So I'm very curious if he's still going to have that, or if it's happened, or I don't really know.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Yeah. We'll have to see. So you guys just chilling, so it says we are talking.
We're this is the show. It's a talk show. It's a podcast.
Talk show.
Slit. Yeah, this is you know what it is? It's usually with it if Nathan's here, it's Nathan being a little crazy. Like sometimes Nathan gets a little crazy.
True, we started needing yelling. Well, we can do this then. We can basically tell everybody that if you would like to support the show, feel free to send in some super chats or support us on Ko-Fi. Keep the podcast going by helping us support. We're going to try and get a bunch of shorts from this stream as well and try see if that can help us hit algorithm-wise and keep it going for Tom. Tom, help him out.
And
so
if we get one red super chat, Jamie's gonna call Nathan and fire him while he's out on a date with his girlfriend.
Hell yeah. Okay, and also chat, this is something new because I know this is going to be just for the Halloween week only. I am going to allow, if anyone wants to tell a paranormal story that is not a $10 member, you are allowed to call in today and tell us your very spooky story or your unexplained scenario. That is if you have one that you wish to tell. Go on, Soren. Were you going to say something?
I was going to say, so if you are not a member of the Discord, if anybody could put that in the chat, or I could put it in the chat. If you're not a member of the Discord, if anybody did have a spooky story they want to share, I guess I'll put that in there. If anybody did have a spooky story to share, you're welcome to share it. Normally it's members only, but for tonight, Jamie's using his executive privilege.
I am, while Nathan is not here, because I want to make some content into some shorts and interesting things. Be nice to kind of share some stories, because I also love hearing the spooky stories. I remember when the Odd Boys went, I wasn't in these streams. I loved hearing some of the people call in and tell their stories of what they experienced. Those I really loved, and I feel like they capitalize. The perfect thing I think that's slightly different with Odd Boys compared to a lot of other things is having people call in and talk about some things that they just can't explain. Maybe it wasn't anything to do with paranormal, but it was still something we didn't have the answers to, and I loved that. If no one can call in tonight, there is a couple of Discord stories that people added me that I can read those off because. Unless if those people that are in want to call in, those can do as well, and you can tell us there on Discord. Yeah. But before we do that particular thing, because I'll give you guys a chance to actually hop in if you want, because I think Liquid Amber wanted to do that. I wanted to ask you, Nick, if you had any paranormal stories you would like to share at all, or just stories that are unexplained to you personally that you are not sure of.
Yes, I actually personally, the only two that I can think of are quite positive. And one of them incredibly fucking remarkable.
Oh.
When it comes to a spooky one, this one doesn't belong to me, but definitely belongs to somebody I know. I'll give you the spooky one first.
Mm-hmm.
So there is somebody that I know, uh, whose son had an experience. There was a hit and run on their street one winter a few years ago. Very unfortunate. There was a woman, an older woman out for a walk, hit and run case. She was left in a snowbank. She did not make it. It was known to the whole street within time. There was one day where he was taking out the trash, and in the midst of taking out the trash, he noticed somebody watching him in the road. And he looked up and he noticed, there's somebody over there looking at his way. It's like, okay. He goes about his business, putting the garbage away, closing the thing, turns to look again, just because of that weird feeling. She's halfway across in distance from where she was, looking right at him. And he realizes she seems kind of familiar. And he's getting wigged out. And he's realizing there's something not right here. He approaches the house and he turns around, and I think what he described was that he saw her again, and she was talking without making sound. Like she was still close. Like she was trying to communicate, and she was talking without making sound. And he was really feeling freaked out to the point where he ran inside and told his mother, and like this is a full-grown man telling his mother, who relayed the story to us, that there's a woman outside. There's a woman outside. I swear to God, it's the woman who was hit. That woman who was hit by the car. I swear, because she was just staring at me out in the road. And yeah. And his mother told us, I have never, ever seen him like that. He was so frightened. I've never seen him that freaked out. And it's like, it must have been that woman who was hit and run just recently. Because then we looked outside, she was not there.
Nowhere to be seen. Oh my God.
Yeah, nowhere to be seen. So that is a recent example. And one that I absolutely take on full faith, where it was a case of no bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And they have connections within their family of being more spiritually inclined and more sensitive too. So that is not a surprise. My more personal experiences. Are you familiar with orbs?
Yes.
Okay.
Spirit orbs? Yeah.
Yeah. So they show up in photos a lot. A lot of the time you can dismiss them as bugs. When I was younger, assuming that once upon a time I was not a big, buff, scary, demonic cat monster thing, and I was actually maybe once a person who maybe had siblings and a family, then in that hypothetical, once upon a time when I was younger, and potentially had a brother who was just being a goober, dicking around on the stairs, playing peekaboo behind a bookshelf, trying to annoy me in my bedroom when I was operating my camera. Let's say that I was playing with the video feature and I was pointing it at him, trying to catch him in the peekaboo thing, and then he was, playing into that. And just being boys yelling profanities at each other back and forth, when all of a sudden you see a speck move around on the video feed. Now, I held the camera and I kept pointing it there, and I'm literally seeing it in the video move around. And you hear me say, and I know I said, and I heard it in the recording back, do you see that there? Something to that tune. And I kept glancing up from the viewfinder, the digital screen, because it was consumer digital camera, like mid 2000s type, right? Where you can watch it as you're filming it. I'm glancing back and forth to where this thing is in the room according to the video and back at the video screen, and it's moving on the video screen, and I'm not seeing it with my physical eyes. And it is zooming back and forth in a gliding, flying fashion, and there is nothing physically there. It is not a bug. It is not a speck of dust. I'm literally flicking back and forth. It's like I'm confirming I am seeing something through the camera I cannot see with my eyes. And it was so amazing that I took it upstairs to show my parents, and mom was impressed, and dad was watching it over and over again. It's like he could not make heads or tails of it. Dad was so shocked and watching this so intently that it was going by him, the moments of profanity between me and my brother, that ordinarily he would have said, he would have punished us for. When he finally did catch it, he glared at us.
But he was
then
in
went back to watching the video.
shock. Yeah.
Yes, because he could not believe what he was watching. That it was a full orb, because it got bigger and closer as it flew. And I know I would have seen physically what that was, because I kept looking for it, because I was finally catching on camera a phenomenon that I had heard about, because I read about all sorts of things. I read about ghosts, I read about mediumship, I read about angels, and I knew plenty about orbs and all sorts of things that they could be, and I finally got that completely by accident on camera. My dad couldn't get enough of it. He saved the video to his laptop. I have no idea if he has access to it to this day, but it's like
that would be
orb
amazing if
photo.
you actually found that footage
Yeah.
and were able to upload it.
Mhm.
I love
Well,
stuff
I wouldn't
like
say
that.
upload it, but if you find it, I'd love to see
Or if
it
you find-
privately.
yeah.
Obviously, not
Or
yeah.
even if you just find it.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: the place that you grew up, was this like an old home that, like, do you know anything about the place that you grew up? Like the house, was it a new construction? Was it a older home?
Not terribly old. Not terribly old. Construction could have been anywhere between the 50s and the 70s. Uh, a lot of the time, what has been explained is that orbs can be any kind of being. It can be a discarnate human spirit. It can be a spirit guide making itself known. It can be somebody who has completely crossed over and they are showing up in the form of an orb. It could be an angel. It could be any of that category. It's just that the technology manages to catch an element of their kind of etheric, energetic body that is showing up in that fashion. It interprets it in that way. And there are special cases of photographs. I've not seen videos per se, but I have seen photographs where there is more of a form to it beyond the orb. And sometimes they're in very interesting color arrays, which are more indicative of the type of being that is. So it could have been anything. But I know it did not have a physical component of something flying around accidentally catching the lighting. Not for the
Right.
consistency, not for the way it moved, not for the way it got bigger and closer, not for the brightness of it at certain points, not for the fact that I kept looking and I literally saw nothing flying around as I was catching this. And my father, who not even nearly close in the same way that my mother and I have always been to this sort of stuff, absolutely enamored watching this back and forth. It's like trying to figure out what is that and how. And so
Crazy.
that was the first experience I ever had where it was absolutely like you cannot deny this. The second one is far more powerful. Do either of you know what an app port is?
No.
Oh,
What is an
what? Sorry.
apport?
Okay. An app port is a very rare phenomenon, at least by people's reporting it, of an object manifesting where there was no object. When my grandmother died, a few years back, It was a very sudden illness that overtook her. And my family, very spiritual, especially that side of the family. Definite sensitivity, lots of talks about, the greater reality, getting in touch with things, seeing mediums. So these things are known to us for a lot of things that happen and can happen. Grandma died suddenly, and we were definitely looking around. It's like, she's going to communicate at some point. And we had a few moments of certain members of our family picking up on things. That it's like, oh, well, you can't deny that, because just while talking about her, you look around and a very specific thing just fell over, which is a common thing of, as somebody crossed over, they might knock some things over. They will play with the lights. They will do things where it's like, that's not normal. One thing that I absolutely loved about Graham's house was that she kept a lot of fortunes from fortune cookies. And I love fortune cookie fortunes because it is a moment of divination. If you use it that way, is legitimately you can open it up and get a little tap of, hey, what do you want to tell me right now? And you'll open up and it'll be something to think about. So I had moments of finding fortunes in her house in the wake of her passing and cleaning it out and helping the family, and in my own grieving of going through stuff and stuff that stuck out to me. So it's like they always notice when there is something that is very particular for you or meaningful for you, especially in relation to them. They will use the vocabulary that you know in order to talk to you. For a few months following her passing, this stuff went on. There was a time about April. She had died in February, and it was April when this happened. Graf and I got Chinese food. Sometimes you get an extra fortune cookie. I had one, and I put it up on a shelf in the kitchen, in a cupboard that I would open basically damn near every day because it had the mugs and the cups. And my philosophy with spare fortune cookies is, when you need it, you will know. It will just be a thing where it'll tap you on the shoulder. It's like, now is the time. Open that up. Because now whatever's inside there, this is the moment. I would see that fortune cookie all the fucking time. Okay? I remember what it looked like. It was up on the top shelf. It was a singular cookie in a regular package. There was one day when I opened the pantry and I looked up to grab a mug or a cup or whatever it was, and I froze. Because on the shelf, in the place of that cookie, there was now a tuft of white in the package, sticking into the plastic that stuck over the edge of the shelf. Graffy never touched the cookie. I never touched the cookie. I had left it there. So all of a sudden I'm standing there and I'm staring and I'm noticing that is not usual. It did not look like that. And I'm just like, there's no way. There's just no way. So I reach up, I bring it down. The fortune inside of the cookie was now out of the cookie and slipped into the plastic of the wrapper in such an obvious fashion that the day before, if anybody had looked at it, they would have noticed the next day, that was not like that. That cannot be like that. So I opened it up, and then there was another you gotta be kidding moment. It was not a singular fortune. It was three.
Wow.
In the one cookie that was inside of the edge of the plastic. I was in awe. I took pictures of it. I sent it to my mother. And reading them, I knew that was an apport from everything, especially because the three messages were three very particular things I was struggling with at the time. Because it was so hard in the process of a sudden death like that. And just, I was having a bad time in life at that point in general. I had all sorts of worries. And all three of the messages pertain to what I was dealing with at the time. But I was just absolutely awestruck. I could not get over it. I kept saying back and forth. It's like, it was a regular cookie. I looked at it every day. And then suddenly the fortunes erupted from the cookie into the wrapper itself, and it's 3 of them
And it
in
was
one go, and they
Yeah.
all matter
Wow.
to me at this exact moment in time. It was the exact 3 punches of messaging where you know somebody's been monitoring your emotional and mental state, that they know what you're going through, and they give you something. It's just I knew it was her. I've experienced an app port, and I literally still have the 3 fortunes. I kept them. They're on my corkboard here in the office. Whenever I think about that event, sometimes I take a look at the fortunes and I read them over again. And I think about that. It's just wow.
Yeah, that's an amazing experience. That's so
Yeah. So she was
I don't know what
basically
I would
telling
do.
you, open the goddamn cookie. Why wouldn't you do it?
She was
Yeah,
sending him messages directly.
yeah, yeah,
Oh.
and it's just
Wow.
the fact of, like, it was so specific to what I was thinking and feeling at the time that I knew. It's just she knew. It's like, "Oh, he's always looking for the fortunes. He's collecting the fortune cookies. He's really paying attention to that." So it's like, "Watch this. Watch this." Boom. Changed an actual physical object or swapped it for something else entirely. I am never ever going to forget that. It's like I know that amazing things happen, that this reality is so much richer than anybody believes because an actual object I saw every day consistently changed into a brand new one on a particular day in a fashion that was unmistakable.
Incredible. Very nice.
Thank you for sharing that. That's
No, that's amazing.
That's an
Love
amazing
that.
yeah, that's an amazing story. I wish I had something whenever I hear something like this, I wish that I had a story that could like be in the same book. I think for me, I have a keen fascination with the supernatural, but I've never experienced anything personally. So I keep like hoping, like I feel like I'm like Mulder. I keep wanting for those experiences, and I haven't experienced them yet. So I hope to experience something someday.
You know what?
When you lean, I'll just interject for this
Yeah,
so
yeah, go
Tom
for it.
knows. Um, and this will be applicable if you feel the same in any capacity or anybody. It's the moments when you accept one of these days it's just going to happen, and then
Yeah,
you let go of it, and then go about your life, and then it'll catch you by surprise. It works in the same way that people say love works. You can crave it, crave it, crave it, crave it, forget about it, and then it catches you.
right. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that story. Um,
Okay.
one more thing I wanted to say before we open it up to any viewers if they wanted to call in. Uh, I wanted to ask you two very quickly for 3 movie recommend and you don't have to do this, but I thought it might be fun for the viewers or people watching the VOD after. 3 movie recommendations, like quick movie recommendations for Halloween that people could watch for spooky movies.
Halloween for spooky movies. Do you want to take the floor, Nick, first? And then I feel like that'd be in your realm of things you'd be able to throw to.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, uh I will always go to one of my all-time personal favorites, and it is a cult classic by this point. Trick or Treat by Mark Doherty, the
I
anthology
was
film.
I was gonna mention Trick or Treat as I was
Mhm.
thinking about that as well, but I was like, I'm like, I bet Nick's gonna mention Trick or Treat.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You got me. Yeah.
that's a good one.
If anybody wants to see an all-time classic that shaped horror cinema and have not seen it, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, still one of the greatest horror films of all time.
Yep.
Um, and if you want to see something that really will leave you haunted for the fact of I can't believe they did that and they hit me so hard and I felt so awful, but by the end of it, wow, Hereditary.
I
Hereditary is
I
mean, but it's good.
I often rant about Hereditary on my streams because we've talked about Ari Aster films on my streams quite a bit, and I have been of the mindset that he has not made a film as great as Hereditary yet. I felt like he knocked it out of the park with Hereditary. I liked Midsommar, but I didn't think it was as good as Hereditary.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Well, I
right,
guess mine.
Jamie, three
horror movies. Well, I mean, I guess this is kind of more thriller, but I have to always start with it because I love Scream, so I'm always gonna go with that one from the 90s. I just adore it.
Yeah.
It's a great movie. It's the best one to kind of go for. Yeah, just one of the classics, obviously. Had to do that. I think I'll even go for this one because this was when I was actually really young, so it always stuck to me. Well, actually, no, do I change my mind? Yeah, no, I'll keep it. Paranormal Activity. I was almost going to go with Cloverfield, but then I was like, Paranormal Activity, just go with it.
I love Paranormal Activity. I think it's really underrated.
It is underrated. But I saw it when I was really young as well, so that one obviously got me down the found footage area. We're only doing movies, aren't we? Because then I was about to go into the whole Marble Hornets scenario. Then I was like, because I just suddenly remembered all the found footage.
We go into
things.
Marble Hornet. We go to Marble Hornets. This will be another 3-hour podcast.
It would be. It just reminded me of them all. You know what?
Marble Hornets is good too, though.
I will actually also throw in 10 Cloverfield Lane just because the tension, that is when John Goodman, he is an underrated, or I don't know if he is now, maybe he's huge, but when 10 Cloverfield Lane came out and his performance in that, I saw him in a completely different light. I did not know that he was that good of an actor, and that's scary. The tension there.
He's been in a lot of. I think he was in JFK, which was a Francis Ford Coppola movie. He's been in some stuff.
He's been in some stuff, and I think he's been good in a lot of his stuff. But that one, it made me, because obviously at that point I was catching up with everyone with movie wise, and his performance in that. Genuinely, there's a scene in that scenario where I don't think I've ever really gasped in a movie, but I did at that point because I was like, oh. Our main girl is in danger and now I'm scared. I don't think she's going to make it out alive. And so I think that's a very good, tense movie that I always recommend.
Oh, yeah. He's in Barton Fink. Yeah. He's been in a lot of stuff.
It's been good things.
Thank you for the recommendations. I'll give you, I have 3 that I'll put out to the audience if anybody's looking for some classics. I was going to try to go a little more obscure. But I'll give you 2. I'll give you 2 that are more known and one kind of obscure. And Nick might actually be into this story of the Last Wreck just because of how it was made. But number 1 is always The Shining. I feel like Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. I feel like I could watch that every Halloween. It never gets old, and I feel like there's something about that movie that I think that it works on like an extra dimensional level. And I feel like Stanley Kubrick made a movie that wasn't just scary, it's like actually haunting. And I feel like there's always new questions. Whenever I see it, I notice like a new small little detail every time I see it. And I feel like it's a very special supernatural film. So I'll say The Shining. I'll say number 2 because, and I actually just recently rewatched this, and I have multiple tattoos from this movie, is going to be Evil Dead 2, which I feel like is the best Evil Dead movie, and I love Bruce Campbell. I actually met Bruce Campbell once, and he asked me, he was signing an autograph for me, and at the time I worked at a bakery, and he said, so what do you do? And I was like, oh, I work in a bakery. And he's like, you know what they say about bakers, right? And I was like, no, what did they say, Bruce Campbell? And he went, they get all the dough. And then
incredible.
And then he was like, he's finished the autograph and he's like, all right, that's all I got. That's my only bakery joke. See ya. And that was it. He very Bruce Campbell way, just cut it off. He's like, all right, well, that's it. See ya.
That's all I got.
And I was like,
oh boy, still appreciate it though.
Yeah, it was cool to meet him. My last movie, and I don't know if Nick's ever seen this movie, but this movie was made, and I'll have to send you a link to the trailer. I think you might be interested in this actually. This movie was made by a senior citizen for, I believe it was $300.
No, it's not what I think. No,
it has spawned.
No,
it has spawned.
don't.
There's a new one that's about to come out. It's a movie called Bad Ben.
No, please, not Bad Ben.
I love Bad Ben.
No,
come on.
Bad Ben sucks, Tom. Don't bring in Bad Ben.
No. The chat's going wild. The chat wants more Bad Ben. Bad Ben. One of my dreams in life is to figure out a way to contact Nigel Bach to be like, I want to be in who are you gonna face next? Is it gonna be the Wolfman? Is it gonna be the Mummy? How do I get into this movie? And I know that his new one, Bad Ben 15 Poltergeist, is just about to drop. After Bad Ben 14, the Dracula situation, and Bad Ben, or was that Frankenstein? I think 14 was the Dracula situation. Bad Ben 13, Frankenstein. I'm curious.
Situation.
I'm curious to see what he cooks up. Exactly. Samba in the chat is saying it right now. There just aren't enough Bad Ben films. I agree with that.
No, there is plenty. He sent me a link and it was like Bad Ben 13 Dracula, and I was like, what is this? Why is there so many Bad Ben movies? Please just end it now.
But I will say his story is really, I do think that story is like, you might call it dumb luck or you might call it inspirational, but that man was like a 65-year-old man that was like, I have $300 and I'm going to shoot this movie, and he put it on Amazon. And I guess maybe because of the pandemic, it got like very popular, and enough people watched it that he was able to make 14 more of them. And I think that's awesome.
I know. I will give him that. It is incredible. I mean, true. I am being slightly hypocritical with I put movies into different categories. I guess technically, he made it exactly how he wanted to make it.
Yes. Yes.
So I guess I should be a little bit lenient in that regard.
Every single person in the world should be watching. And listen, Bad Ben 1 through 4 are pretty good. You know what I mean? If you're gonna watch them, the first 4 are pretty good. You should watch Bad Ben. Those are my recommendations.
Okay, Tom.
Yep, there you go. See, Derek said it. I respect integrity. That's right. Nigel Bach. No. Nigel Bach, put me in a goddamn Bad Ben movie.
My God. Respects integrity. I'll just quickly read this off as well before I say the next thing. But Juniper says in the comments, my 3 would be Final Destination 3 because they just recently watched it and it scared them. Wrong Turn 2 and Children of the Corn. There you go.
Final Destination is a great movie for people with obsessive compulsive disorder. That is Final Destination movies hurt you.
They do, but I do love seeing that. There is just something so interesting with my brain loves seeing the pieces connect together about how death sets up these very intricate death scenes so that like a pin rolls. You know, it's like those TikToks where someone drops a ball and then it rolls down and then it knocks over dominoes and then it does the thing. It's like that the movie.
Somebody
but
in the
someone
nuts
dies.
Just standing there. Yeah.
I do. I mean, yeah. It's really funny because there was a picture the other day. I think it was like, one of those trucks with the logs on them. And it's like, and it was showing how that lane behind it was completely empty. There was cars on every other lane except that one. And it was like, this is what a movie did to an entire generation. It haunted them. No one goes behind the log trucks anymore.
I mean, they did it again in Bloodlines, by the way, because they know the potency of the log truck thing.
Yeah.
We've got some recs in the chat. Reanimator's a good one from Derek.
Ooh, getting some recommendations. Thank you very much, everyone. Reminder.
Reanimator's good. Yeah.
Get some
Blair
super chats in if you can.
Blair Witch from Frax and Dust Till Dawn and the Faculty.
Blair Witch,
those are
always good one.
I do like Blair Witch a lot. I actually, it's another film that I hardly ever see people talk about, But there was a movie that came out 10 years before Blair Witch called The McPherson Tape that I think is now streaming on Shudder. It was kind of like semi-lost for a while. The McPherson Tape, if you like found footage, it's found footage horror. It starts off with a child's birthday party, but then it turns into an alien abduction. Like this family is being terrorized by aliens. That came out 10 years before Blair Witch. It's a really interesting found footage movie. It's on Shudder right now.
Yeah.
But if you're interested in found footage, you should check out the McPherson Tape.
I think that was one thing I was tempted to cover at some point on Inside of Mind back in the day when I was making the
People
videos.
don't give it the credit. I wrote a script for Nathan. I think he did it as like a whatever it was, like I forget the name of the not grave story. He was doing the dad spooky investigations, and I wrote a script for him, and he did one on that. Or he like made the video from the script I wrote. But yeah, I always was fascinated by that one because it doesn't get the credit. I feel like Blair Witch popularized the genre, but McPherson Tape was definitely long before it.
Well, it's like Paranormal Activity. Paranormal Activity, I think, created the genre because that's what kind of spawned Blumhouse and eventually inevitably turned it into like there's like a found footage movie every year, or at least 3 of them, all from the same company, and vice versa. Because and Blair Witch probably was the stepping stone just before Paranormal. Each one kind of slowly inspired the next one. It tends to be the case. Because like another one that was I did actually cover this on the channel, Ghostwatch, which literally was 1993 or something. And there was apparently rumors that Blair Witch did actually mention that a couple of times when they were making the film. So there was definitely inspirations from other stuff, and I bet I wouldn't be surprised if that also had some inspiration in Blair Witch.
You know who we need to mention here, Jamie?
Yeah.
Antrim. By the creators of Who is Mr. Tom.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see it. Antrim was that it came out a couple years ago, right? I remember seeing the box art. I didn't see it though.
Antrim is a good time. Antrim is it is a film inside of a documentary. This alleged lost cursed film, only played a few times, and in one of the screenings, the theater caught fire and everybody burned alive, and the copy of it apparently is cursed and defaced in some way, and you get to actually watch the film. I got to see that in a screening. Graf and I went to a screening of that, and that was a really cool time to actually go and sit down in a theater and have it be like this big kind of dramatic and spooky thing in the intro of "You are about to witness the cursed film Antrim," and just
Right.
you're literally in your seat in the
Love
theater
it.
in a special screening watching
That's
this. Like,
good.
"Ugh, I know it's just fiction, but I'm feeling the goosebumps anyway.
No, that's good. That is what I enjoy in that kind of area. It's like, yeah, don't worry about the past people who died of mysterious circumstances after watching this movie. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about it. Okay, Nick, I'm gonna give you an ultimatum here. I know we've kept you for a while now, and I know that
What?
you're obviously trying to sort your sleepy schedule out. So you can hop off now if you wish, as we're about to go into like some potential calls, or just reading out some spooky stories. But if you fancy staying with us, you absolutely can. But I figured rather than just obviously not giving you that option, I didn't want you to just be like, I really need to go, and we're not really giving you that ultimatum there.
I appreciate it. I'm always happy to hear spooky stories and people's encounters with definitely aspects of the paranormal and the greater reality.
Mhm.
But I will stick around for that if you give me like a good 3 or 4 minutes to go make a coffee.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Yeah, we could
do that.
Yeah, we could do
Why
that.
not?
I had to use the bathroom anyway, so
Should we have a quick break then? Shall I just go to the opening screen and I can just put that on while we all go
Yes,
for a little break?
Yes, that sounds good to me.
Yeah. All right, guys, we'll be going for a little quick break. But like I said, if anyone wishes to tell a story or just hop on tonight and say something, that's going to be happening very soon. We'll also be reading off of some of your Discord stories. We'll do some dramatic readings of people's tales. But if you would like to tell your story face to face to us, if you would like to tell a story to Nightmind of some of the spooky things that may have gone through your life, or like Nick said with his stories, where they were more heartwarming and incredible. So if you've got some of those stories, we'd love to hear some of those. We're going to go for a quick 5-minute-ish break. And so we'll see you
that sounds good.
very soon. Have a good one, guys.
Okay.
BRB.
Oh, I'm back. I've had my stuff. And so is Tom and Nightmind right here. We've got Tinfoil Tom, Mr. Whiskers, me in a frog costume, Nick Nocturne here with us, which thank you very much for tuning in for this long and staying with us for the potential call-ins or the spooky story readings.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
thank
you. And for anyone tuning, obviously looking at the stream right now, because we've gone into a different group chat, which would require people to potentially join the call, we're not going to be doing the split cam for this particular segment. We'll do that for when we do the usual Odd Boy stuff. So it's just going to be me in a frog costume. I'm very, very sorry, guys. I know you really love Tom as a tomato. But...
there were quite a few comments. It's not a tomato.
Frog, hello. Hello,
I'm an angry bird. I actually have a similar frog costume, and if I had just reached a little bit deeper, I also would have been a frog.
And then Nick would have joined and wondered what the fuck was going on. Did he not get the memo? Everyone needed to be frogs.
I'm very curious. Why do you have a frog costume?
Why do I have a frog costume?
Right. I mean, I know why I have it, because the stream bullied me into becoming a frog on a subathon. But why do you have a ready-to-go frog costume?
Because I'm pretty sure that's something that I'm pretty sure that's the same. We have the same audience, Tom. I'm pretty sure the same thing happened to me.
That is true. Yeah, that's something that I don't think Nick's had to experience that. But Jamie and our chats love to have us do really stupid things.
They do.
Yeah.
So Jamie and I have had to experience quite a bit of like the chat being like, if you get 50 subs, will you do this? And then Jamie and I inevitably go, we'll never get that. Sure. And then it just happens. And then we end up dressing up like frogs. Or I shaved my eyebrows off last month because we hit a goal on Odd Boys. I had to shave my eyebrows off.
Oh my God.
So, anyone, if you would like to call in and tell your spooky stories, join the Odd Boys Discord server and hop into the general chat, and we can drag you in and speak to you if you would like to have some spooky stories. In the meantime, while we say that, I figured I've got a kind of tiny story that was a bit weird, definitely really freaking weird to me. So I think it'll be a good one to pass the time a little bit before we go on to actually reading people's actual paranormal experiences. But this happened in my grandma's and grandfather's house. Ironically, the house was, I'm sure there's no correlation here, but the house, its name was, because every house has a name in England. I don't know if that is the same in America. They have the house number, but they also have a name. And this one was called Terra Nova. And it's a very, it was an interesting house. It was quite a large one, but it was like in the middle of nowhere. So I think they got it for quite cheap, especially back then. But there was one room I never really ever went in because it was always quite creepy. It was very old. It was a very old look, like the wallpaper felt like it was straight out of like 50 years ago. Even the furniture, like I'm pretty sure there was even a rocking chair in there and old dolls. There was all this like kind of stuff that because my granddad, R.I.P. I guess because he passed, but he was a bit of a hoarder. So anything he kind of got, he would always just hoard stuff. And some of that stuff, there was just some very creepy stuff that were in that room. And I had to sleep in there one particular night. And then and I remember just waking up in near the morning due to hearing some rustling. And I didn't know, and at first I was just ignoring it because I was just like, oh, I don't care I don't really care to hear about it, but I'm just like, I'm too tired. I don't quite know what it is, but it's probably nothing. But then it starts, it persists throughout for I don't know how long again, because like Nathan was saying earlier, when you're sleeping and things like things go in and out, or how time travels is a bit different, but it keeps happening, and it definitely wakes me up as it feels more and more aggressive, because eventually I realize that it sounds like the rustling is coming from the bottom half of my bed near where my feet are. And as I'm trying to get to sleep, I then feel the covers move. And I then eventually kind of put two and two together and realize that this rustling is kind of the bed sheets moving, but I'm not moving myself. And I look down without really sitting up or anything. I just like with my head half open. My eye half open, not my head. Maybe I'm sleepy right now. And I'm looking down to see if I can just see anything. And I just hear this strange. It sounded like a bit of a pitter patter as if something was running across the bed straight towards my head. And after it got really close to me, I got this shooting headache that it threw my head back, and I was like, Jesus, what was that? And I don't know what the hell that was, but I remember it definitely woke me up, and I never went to that room again because that was a little bit weird.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I wonder what.
Okay.
I wonder what that. Yeah, it's like I wonder if it could have been. Like maybe it was a spirit, maybe it was a creature, I guess. But yeah, that's terrifying.
I have no idea, but I thought I'd tell it to you guys and see if you guys had any theories on that. Because I actually had forgotten about that for quite a while, because that happened quite a while ago. And but it just came to me like the other day, and I was like, oh, I should probably tell that on stream, because that'd be something to talk about.
Were there any cats in the house?
There was no cats in the house. My grandma used to have a cat, but it passed away at that point. So yeah,
have a cat. Okay.
And no dogs or anything, like no pets.
No, not at that time. They used to have pets. They lived next to. In fact, the actual house itself, just below, was a kennel, like a place where my grandma used to look after dogs and stuff. So she used to have a place where she would store a lot of animals and things. So it was a very animal place, but not at that particular time, because I think a lot of them had passed since then.
Derek in the chat, Jamie not recognizing another mouse is kind of weird. That's true.
But yeah, maybe that could be it. Maybe it was a spirit of an animal. Is that what you guys are thinking it might have been, with it being a kennel type of a house?
I don't know. It's like, yeah, my first instinct would have been to go to maybe something like, oh, did they have a pet? Like, did they have a cat? Did they have a dog? But if there's nothing there, yeah, I don't know. That's creepy.
No, yeah. Well, I will say that I could see, because it was just about the day. It was about daytime, so it was light. I could see in the room now. And I just about woken up, and I looked down at the bottom of the bed, like I could see the end of the bed, and there was nothing there. But I heard this running towards me while there was nothing there, and then I got that shooting headache, and that obviously is what woke me, fully woke me up. Like
the shooting headache is fascinating. So I do have an interesting related experience, because I can't remember if it was this year or last year, but there was a moment, and we do have two cats, but it's like I knew it wasn't them because they acted a very particular fashion, and the way this happened did not suggest it to be them. But there was a night where I was laying in bed and I did feel some tug, some movement at the end of the bed, and it was not either of the cats, and I recognize that is something. Now, I was not afraid of that, because what I do understand, there, like, people ask, there's plenty of people who ask mediums. It's like, what about my pets? And they respond, it's like, your pets will visit you too. Like, once they're discarnate, they're free to do that. Like, the pets are around. You will sometimes feel them, especially if it's in old patterns. So once in a while, you can. And I've had odd moments. I used to have a cat growing up who would hop up on the bed and join me there, you know? So it's like sometimes when I have felt the movements of a cat on the bed and recognize one of the cats is not on the bed right now. It's just a sense of, oh, maybe I'm getting a visit. But for the case that you describe, the way that happened, what sticks out for me, Jamie, is the instant headache and the physical movement of that. A sudden physical symptom like that is the kind of thing that you absolutely circle because you're having a physical symptom. Now, the state between sleep and wakefulness is actually akin to a trance state or a mediumship state in which spirit communication happens. We have different brain waves that activate through all different stages of whether we're awake or asleep. Of course, we have studied this, we've observed the patterns. It is in a very specific kind of frame of that area between sleep and wakefulness where a lot does happen because you are still conscious enough in kind of the physical attunement to pick up on things and register them with the conscious mind while you have one foot through the door into the spiritual realm. Because then you can pick up on things. This is why a lot of people have experiences that freak them out in this exact moment in time because they are literally halfway through the door. They're going to experience both of those things enough that they will consciously recognize something just happened to me, or something just had access to me, or I noticed something and it noticed me back. This happens a lot. It's not always a sleep paralysis. That's why we have the joke of sleep paralysis demon. Although in a lot of cases they've explained there is no sleep paralysis demon. Your sleep paralysis is because you are still getting back into your body through astral travel in your dream state, or some kind of coming back to a full consciousness from the dream state into your physical body. So what happens there, it sounds like you encountered something that was there, and whatever movement it made, it resulted in a physical symptom because it might have tried to connect physically in some way, or it met you in such a way that you registered it with that sudden flash of a headache. Immediately, I get the impression of like somebody bouncing off a force field. Like whatever that was bounced off of you, and you physically felt it.
Yeah.
But that's the explanation I can give for everything that I do know about this kind of situation.
Oh, cool. Yeah, well, I guess that makes sense because I was half awake at that point, so I was in between that kind of stuff. So, yeah, maybe that's why it was more likely to have.
Wait, what? Avatar in the chat was going to call in, but then they lost power. Wait,
oh no!
Are they trying to shut you down, Avatar? What
the ghosts don't want you?
What don't they want us to know?
Oh no!
Yeah, I will say that if anybody, thank you for sharing that story, Jamie. That is very creepy.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
If anybody, member or not, we're opening up the phone lines today and probably on Friday. While Nathan's away, we're opening up the phone lines. So if anybody does want to share a story with us, you're more than welcome to jump into the general chat on the Odd Boys Discord and we'll drag you in. And if not, no worries. We've got a couple stories that people submitted. Frax and Amber, I believe it was Liquid Amber, submitted stories, so we're gonna read those.
Yeah, definitely.
Guess we could read those.
I can definitely. Why not?
I wish I had a paranormal. You know, real quick, I think I shared this on the last show. My only experience with like paranormal, like feeling a paranormal presence, and this is just a real quick. In like 2006 or 7, I want to say, I don't know if you're familiar with this area or not, Nick, but I think it's in Whitensville. There is an old abandoned slaughterhouse, Massachusetts, and my friends and I discovered it, and you had to park on like this side street, and then you could walk through a field, and then you could access the slaughterhouse. And it was very spooky. It was very creepy. Parts of it were caving in. it's the only I didn't see anything there ever, but it's the only place I've ever I think because there was so much death in that place, like it's an old slaughterhouse. Or I was told it was an old slaughterhouse. I don't know if that's like verifiable, but I was told at the time this was an old slaughterhouse. It's the only place that I've ever felt like a physical presence of like I don't know how to describe it, darkness, oppression. And I think it's because there was a lot of suffering there. And I think the like animals were killed. And like a lot of animals were killed. And this was like an old place. So I'm sure I'm sure it wasn't like the most humane like method. Like I don't think any method of any creature dying is humane. But I especially like an older place before they had like access to more, let's say, modern um devices that could do such a thing. It's the only place that I've ever and I didn't see anything paranormal, but I felt something there. And I think I felt like a like an oppression. And it was also maybe it was like part of it like you had to go there at night. You had to park on like a side street to access it. You had to cross a field. You had to sneak into this place. So it really like elevated the whole experience of like being like this whole thing feels like I'm in a horror movie. Um, that's my only like paranormal type story that I can share because I've snuck into I've snuck into old hospitals and I've snuck into like abandoned buildings and stuff like that when I was younger. This was the only place that I've ever like felt like it felt like weird to be there.
Mm.
But that's my only I don't know. I didn't see anything, but I it definitely felt like a dark place is the
Yeah.
best way to describe it.
So the circumstances by which you went into the place is very good to observe because immediately we can understand the emotional priming that might have been with you for the circumstances to
Mhm.
even lay the ground for that kind of feeling. Um, but with the fact that you've still snuck into other places that you could have felt that from the same sort of priming, but this one you felt different. And it was a place of consistent death and fear of the creatures inside of there. That does make sense. Some places are only haunted by the emotional wavelengths that have been beaten in over time, stained in by a consistent rhythmic pattern of the same kind of reinforcement, where you will not encounter ghosts except for the ghost of what happened there, which is something that does occur too. Is there's a few different types of ghosts in that where it's not always a discarnate spirit. Sometimes it is actually a pattern that is so strong within a place and so heavy that you do feel it. You walk into a place and you feel it's like, oh no,
Yeah.
something happened here. It's not that there's something still here, but it's like leaving a dent in a wall where somebody smashed their fist in. You know, it's like you will see that and you will know something happened there. And if you're a little bit extra sensitive to it or it was particularly potent, you would feel it's like, oh no, somebody was very mad at this moment in time and it does not feel good.
Mhm.
Like that's not the kind of anger where you can just go, sheesh, you know, kind of
Mhm.
losing your control, are you? But no, you'd feel it's like ooh, that's not that does not feel good. There is a saying, the land always remembers. No matter what has happened upon it, the land will always remember. You can clean it up and you can cleanse it and you can bring it to a new state, but at some point in time, within its chapters of existence, it will have picked up whatever happened there. If it's a consistent enough thing and it has not been cleansed ground, well, if you're walking there and it's on its last save file of this was a place of death, suffering, and fear for many animals day in, day out, and the negativity of all the human beings around them, you just walked it on that save file. So you're gonna feel that.
Yeah, Samba saying in the chat, psychic imprint. Yes, it's like a psychically imprinted place. They also said they had that experience in an Applebee's, which it's like when I read that, I saw the chat pop up, and I was like, Applebee's. They felt a shock of darkness so dreadful I couldn't stay in the building. Turns out a woman was stabbed to death in that exact spot.
That would do
Yeah,
it.
that's crazy.
Yeah, because that
Um,
exact that space would have the imprint of emotion that potent. It's like the fear of death and the horror of something like that happening. If you were to walk right through that spot, oh my God, yeah. You would feel that instinctively because that was the last thing that was left there. So potent that it just gets picked up.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, I think we have these couple of stories. I could read one, and then Nick, if you'd like to read one, or Jamie, the floor would be yours. And if anybody wants to call in, you're welcome to. But I'll read. This is from Frax. Frax is a frequent chatter in all of our streams. So let's. When Frax was 13 or 14, I was in the hospital for several weeks. I had to share a room with 3 other kids, and all of us got growth hormone injections every day before bedtime. We weren't allowed to walk around after getting the injections, but they always kept us awake for quite a while. Pediatric ward was on the 5th or 6th floor of the building, I think. Another part of the hospital was right across the street, and there was a little park running uphill between the 2 buildings. We had a really good view of the park and the other building from our room. One late evening, we saw somebody wheeling a bike through the park, walking towards the other building. The person parked the bike right next to a streetlight. We wondered why somebody would enter a hospital building at that late time, and the next day, we asked one of the nurses what was in that building across the street. Turned out it was the pathology department, which made it even weirder that somebody would be there at night. Nothing else happened that day, but the bike was still in the park the next day. The next night, the lights went on in one of the hallways, but we didn't see anybody in there. The night after, the lights went on in another building again, and they were sometimes flickering or flashing. This went on for several nights. This is very, very peculiar. A few nights later, we began to see shadows moving in the hallway of the other building. At first, it was just one, but the next night, it looked like one person was running along the hallway and another person behind them with something that could have been a big knife or a hatchet. The day after the bike suddenly had disappeared from the park, although we haven't seen anyone taking it, and it's unlikely that someone was there while we were asleep. We kept telling the nurses what we saw, but of course no one would believe us, and they told us no one would be there overnight. They said it was just our imagination, but all of us saw the same thing. No idea what was really going on there. Yeah, that's very strange.
No, yeah, for
It's
sure.
giving Suspiria feelings.
Yeah, it sounds like a horror. Thank you for sharing that, Frax. Yeah, it sounds like a horror movie.
It does. Watching something from across, and then everyone's like, "Nah, it's probably just your imagination."
I think it's also like not like it's a horror movie trope, but it like this is like what happens with kids. This is like the adults are telling the children, no, yeah, that's your imagination, children.
Yeah.
But if it's all the children seeing something, then like obviously something was there. I don't know what that was, Frax, but it's very creepy. Sorry you had to witness that. It's very weird. I don't know what it could have been.
No, yeah. I mean, do you have any thoughts, Nick, from what you saw there, from that story?
Only that with that amount of kids all seeing the same thing and sharing the same story about it, that clearly the events that they were witnessing was a shared experience. So there is validity to it. It's just there's so many factors of it that you really don't know what's happening there. It feels way more like there is some weird physical shit happening here with human beings, and God knows what the hell's going on in there. It's not so much paranormal to me as it is what the hell was happening.
Yeah, what was going on in that other building with a hatchet running around the halls?
Well, that's what I feel like. Yeah, it's weird, but also like there physically was a bike there. There physically were the lights turning on and off. There were people there, but it's also like, could they have just been doing something in there, and then like the children saw something very strange?
Well, I think this is
like,
more of a strange story, isn't it, rather than paranormal, which obviously which is interesting as well. I like these types of stories. Like there was clearly something happening in
there's
there.
something going on there, and it's like now, Frax. This was when Frax was a kid, so this was like 20, 30 years ago. So we're never gonna know. But it's like it is that thing of being like, what did I see? What was that? This is like it's like somebody. I'm sure we've all had those experiences when we were kids, and like later on, maybe it was explained that like it was really something benign. But at the time, it's like if you're seeing something, it's like it would creep you out. It was like a weird thing.
Juniper does bring this up in chat. Kids tend to see the creepiest things for sure. Why is that? The very easy answer is that while you are a child, you are still open to all sorts of senses, and you haven't gained belief systems yet or perceptions, biases for or against things that make you close down your senses. Children are able to see more things going on in general because they haven't shut themselves down to seeing those things or told themselves not to see them. They take in everything because they're children up until a certain point. So they notice more, period. And sometimes they see things that an adult can see, but they witness things about it and understand things that the adult waves off, or they just will not pick up because they're closed down in certain aspects. Children are often said to be the most psychic. There are certain things that very young kids say that the parents stop cold. It's like, how did you know that? Or what really just came out of your mouth? Because I know you didn't get that from TV. It's for a reason.
Well, there was that story because I'm a big I'm definitely interested in like reincarnation stories, and I actually put a video up about it on my channel. But there's the super famous case of James Leininger. I don't know if like you're familiar with that story. I made a whole video on it, but it's like this this kid, he was like very young. He was like 3, 4 years old, and he had vivid memories of being this World War II fighter pilot that died tragically in like I think it was somewhere in the South Pacific, and he was able to like really vividly recall details, names, people, and then as he got older, he forgot and he like lost a lot of those like core memories. But they do say this that their children are able to tap into they're just able to tap into something that like we as adults through like I think just our lived experiences and like our like a lot of those things are we shut off a lot of things. Kids are just like kids are more they're more in tune because they're not as uh they're not as like insulated from like whatever it is like the they're brand new, so there's less there's less data that's been imprinted on them. But yeah, that is always fascinating to me. But yeah, kids and pets, they always say, are more perceptive than adults. But I think that like we as adults, and I'm guilty of this, I'm sure, I don't know about you, Nick or Jamie, but I'm so distracted all the time by so many, especially now, by so many different devices. It's like, oh, got to check my TikTok, up, got to check my YouTube videos to see how they're performing. Up, I got a Discord message. Up, I'm watching this movie. Up, this new Netflix thing just dropped. And I'm so distracted by all of this stuff that I feel like I'm not tuned in anymore. And even myself as an adult, I feel like something like that slaughterhouse. I went to that slaughterhouse when I was like 21 years old. That was like right after I got a computer for the first time. I don't even think I had a cell phone yet. And I was less distracted. And I think I was more open to having a paranormal experience.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. I've been having basically an internet detox for since the end of September. It is incredible what it will do for you because you just feel so many things suddenly leave your daily set of feelings, habits, thought patterns, emotions. You get way back in touch with your actual nature, and then you realize how out of nature you were living by doing internet life. I took social media off my phone for the most part, and that's been a game changer. I've had several stretches of days in a row multiple weeks where I've not even turned on the desktop, where I've only used internet in the sense of playing some YouTube videos while I did some other things or looking
Mhm.
something up real quick. You gain a lot more of your sensory perception back. You gain a lot more of your peace of mind back. And you realize the daily living that most people are going through is actually dragging their attention into so many different outlets that it's pulling them away from their sensory experiences. So,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. Because the day and age we're living in now does keep you so distracted and so demanded that you lose touch with your actual, like, default being. Because all the bandwidth is being dragged to all these other places and it's messing you up in ways you don't even fathom until you unplug from it. And getting outside the bubble, you finally see the bubble. It's like, holy crap. I was
I
breathing that in.
I find myself often now, and I don't know if you ever go through this, but I'll be like, I'll go on YouTube to look up a very specific thing, or I'll go on TikTok to look up a very specific thing. I know, like right now, with TikTok, I'm using it to see what's going on with, because very famously, the current administration keeps saying that my city is on fire, which it's not, by the way. It's perfectly fine. But I'll like look to see what's going on for like the news. But then I end up going through the scroll for like an hour. And I'm like, at the end of it, I'm like, what am I doing? I'm like, why am I doing this? And then like I feel so like grossed out with myself. And I'm putting my phone away. I'm like, why am I doing this? It's like the dopamine drip. And I do find myself feeling less connected, um, like less connected to reality, because I'm like, why am I in this like internet world? And I was like, this isn't real. And I was like, I need to put this down. I was like, this is not. Also, let me just address the chat really quick. Shut up, Derek. Shut up. I'm not old and confused, and it's not the Labubu. Derek is one of my mods. Derek, it's not. It's not the Labubu mentality. Shut up. But yeah, I just find myself, yeah, you just find yourself feeling less connected. But I do think that children are more perceptive because they're not, which I think is a serious problem, that like parents today, like there is the real thing is like iPad kids, and kids are growing up to be zombies now. Like they're growing up and their parents are just like, "Oh, here, have an iPad. I don't want to deal with you." And there's so many, and I've worked with kids, and I've worked at cafes, and I've worked at restaurants too. And I think now we're starting to see the product of that first iPad generation joining the workforces. And people are like, it's going to be a very interesting time when, because Nick, you and I are old enough, and Jamie is like almost old enough, but I think Nick and I are definitely old. We're mature enough, not old, we're mature enough that we remember a time when like there were no iPads and there were no smartphones. And I think that it is true. Like we had to actually like you had to actually like go to your friend's house to see what they were doing. And you had to you had to like read a map to like figure out how to drive somewhere. And no, 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 no. You're only no, no, no. You're only 7, Jamie. You're wearing a frog. You're wearing a frog costume. No, no, Jamie. Jamie, do you know what a map? Do you know what a map? Do you know what a? Do you know what a map? Do you know what a map is, Jamie? Have you had? Okay, well, that's why I was saying you're almost to. You're almost. If you were 10, if you were.
It's saying in the
Oh, no, no, no. That's good. Jamie's muted. Jamie should stay muted.
Am I
no.
muted in that? I've just been yelling the whole time.
Well, then
I must have hit a button.
I will reiterate and say, if you were 10 years younger, you would have you could have potentially been of that generation that is like the iPad kids. And I think that that's a really dangerous thing, that I don't know what the percentage of like children that their parents are just shoving a device in front of their face, but I'm sure you've experienced this where you go into a place and you're like, I think that this person was like an iPad kid because they're like I think that it's creating a weird like social dynamic where people are like not able to hold a conversation anymore. They're like not able to like live without their devices. And I think that that's a really dangerous thing to do. And I think I agree with Nick about the social media detox. I am longing for the day. I've deleted most of my social media and I've kept a little bit of it just to post links and stuff. But I found my life to be so much better since I deleted my Facebook. I deleted my Instagram. I don't really use Twitter, but I should probably just delete my Twitter. And I feel like my life is a lot better for getting rid of those things because you don't need them.
Yeah, 100%. It's not the world. The sad reality is, I talked about this not long ago, is that like the internet, even if you go back 10 years or even a little bit earlier, it was so different, and it's because there was less corporate interest into how these social medias operate, and they've suddenly changed. Because even in the 2010s and things, like there would have been addictive stuff, but not to the extreme now, because now it is fully about how do we keep you here as long as possible. And that is why the internet has changed in the last 10 or so years, because it's no longer about just allowing people to just use it when they want to or go to a forum. It's channeled it down to 5 monopoly sites and then focused on keeping you there as long as possible. And sadly, that sometimes latches onto things that get you frustrated, and that will be news, that will be things that is telling you things that anger you. So obviously, Tom, you get angry when someone says that Portland's on fire and it's a hellhole and all that, so you're going to get all that all the time because the algorithm knows that's what gets you angry, so it's going to show you it all the time.
But in a positive, that also helped me find, and this is, Jamie, you're representing the hope of the future. It's the Portland frog has risen, and you're a frog.
That is true. The Portland frog.
The freedom frog. You're.
For anyone who doesn't know what Tom's talking about there was a bunch of people dressed as frogs that was protesting against ICE in Portland, and I think one of the reasons they did it was because they thought it'd be very funny if an ICE person decided to start attacking them, because there would be videos going viral on the internet of these random police dudes beating up people dressed as frogs. So
it's actually a really smart idea. They realized that if video circulated, it's actually very, very smart. They realized that if video surfaced of federal police officers beating up somebody in like a unicorn costume or a frog costume, that would be front page of every newspaper in the world. So they're not attacking them, because these people are dressed up like unicorns and frogs, and like it's actually a really smart way to protest, because you're like, yes, they're not going to beat you up because that would be horrible optics for them.
Yeah. Anyway, before we get sidetracked even more, let's read Liquid Amber's story.
Yes.
I will give this a read, and then I guess you guys can throw in your thoughts. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to expect. Could be UFO, could be paranormal. Let's find out what we have. So this was Liquid Amber. They added me and said, I've had a handful of apparently unexplained experiences. I thought I'd tell this one because although I don't think the cause was paranormal, more likely related to covert defense military activity, this can be quite a wild subject in itself, and interested to know if anyone else can shed any light on it either way. In the late 1990s, although we didn't live there, my ex and I spent a lot of time in the rural West County town of Glastonbury. Distinct from the famous festival site a few miles away, its place of spiritual significance, both ancient and New Age. I mention this because if something strange happens there, it does always allow for some plausible deniability. My ex wanted to pop in and visit another couple, friends of ours who lived off the Market Square car park, St. John's Square with a question mark. Before we headed home, I stayed in the car and waited. I think it was early evening and it was dark. I had the radio on, and there was some very bright flashes covering the sky, slightly brighter to the north. It was momentarily, but lasted long enough for me to look up and around. The light wasn't blinding, but it appeared as if during these flashes, all the lights, i.e. the street lights and the lights of the radio dashboard, I was in the driver's seat at the time, went off during the flashes. As well as this, during the flashes, there was loud interference on the radio. These things coincide very specifically, flickering between that state and normal. If you witnessed it, it's not something you could have missed or brushed it off. It was very conspicuous. Although probably many people were indoors at the time. When my ex returned, I asked him if the lights went off in our friend's flat. He said no, but that there was interference flickering on their TV. A few days later, he'd been chatting to another friend who worked at the paper shop, and she said that people who'd been up Glastonbury tour at night at the time, there usually is someone up there, and they said they witnessed a UFO. What would probably be called a UAP these days. The tour is a tall, prominent hill topped with the tower of a long-gone church overlooking the Somerset Levels. I later lived a mile away with a great view of both, and I regularly saw flights of military aircraft, Chinooks and fighter jets, for example, using the flat area and the tour as a marker. Having watched Nick Cook's UFOs, The Secret Evidence on Channel 4's a few years later, I suspect that there may have been some covert, supposedly experimentation going on, although whether they knew it'd be so obvious, I don't know. They also said, I did see a similar incident on someone's stream reacting to one of these top 5 spooky happenings type videos, possibly a Nukes one, but I was busy and couldn't give it a closer look. That was a video looking over an apartment block. That's the only time I've heard something similar. I can only guess that radio waves or electromagnetism was involved. Just about anyone would know more about physics than me, but a good example of what I heard is 2 minutes into this program about the invention of the radio, and she's linked. They've linked some YouTube videos for that. But yes, there you go. Some strange radio activities going on there in an area where there's military flights going over.
I was gonna say that does sound. I feel like I've heard similar. Like somebody like Bob Lazar is a good example, where even if it wasn't alien craft, they were definitely working on experimental aircraft in that same area. Like that's where the F-117 and like that stealth aircraft I think was worked on in the 70s and the 80s. So it does sound like at a minimum that they probably, if they were next to a military base, that like the military was experimenting with something electromagnetic, like some EMP or some sort of like experimental aircraft.
It certainly feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. In cases like these, it's very certainly what Tom said, is whether extraterrestrial or terrestrial in nature, there was advanced aircraft going on at the time that created such an effect like that. And this has been so observable in so many cases. There is also the overlap, which we can really look at now and basically we are so close to calling this confirmed from what we do now know through everything that has been very publicly stated in Congress at this point, which I know Tom is on the up about. Of yes, there has been for some time. Now we know of like actually out in the open crash recovery groups on behalf of the government. Stuff that is not of our planet. Actual crash recoveries for the technology. Which means what? The technology was studied. and then use to develop new technology. So, is
Right.
there a bunch of stuff that we have learned that's gone into modern technology where we look at it and go, wow, imagine that, amazing. And it's alien in nature by the way that it was basically reverse engineered or learned from or inspired by? Yes, because now it's been admitted. So, stuff like that, you have events where things take off around these areas and weird interference happens and whole lines of machinery go down and there's weird radio interference. It's like, it could be the overlap of it might be human built, but guess who inspired it? Where did they learn it? And now they're putting it to a test, and now things are happening in the environment that normally would not happen. Because yes, there is advanced stuff going on there. There's also
That's
just
yeah.
The touches we've seen of the other observable factor of UFOs or UAP around military sites, which is it is them around military sites for very specific reasons. Quite often to signal a message of hi, look up
Right.
here. Yep,
That's
we can hang out here and you can't get at us. Hi.
I think that's another there's been so much observable UFO UAP activity like you're saying, like really specifically that's been documented around military installations and nuclear power plants. And it's like once we've like and the military sites, because we have access to nuclear nukes, and it's like that theory being is that once extraterrestrials realized that we had harnessed the power of the atom and we had that level of like destructive capability, they started to make their presence much more known. But they do say that there is much more extraterrestrial activity around military bases and around nuclear power plants. And it's like it is kind of like that. Is it experimental aircraft around the military bases, or is it extraterrestrials, or is it both? And I tend to favor it's both.
Yep. Yeah, and the idea about around nuclear sites is the word about that has mostly been why are they hanging around in those specific areas to let us know that they will not be allowed to bring us to nuclear Armageddon. That the
Right.
idea of nuclear war, they're floating there as a big brother to stare us down and say, "Don't you dare." No, you're not going to be allowed to do that. Which is actually kind of reassuring if you think about it.
I mean, yeah, if that's what they're doing, making sure those don't go off, we kind of need that right now.
Yeah, there's that sense of you guys are not going to use that again. Just so you know.
We need the extraterrestrials to show up right now.
Would be pretty nice, yeah.
If they can drop by and tell our politicians to stop messing around.
That would be pretty.
Hold on down and go.
Pretty good.
We can all party.
Exactly. Then we can finally party. It's the one thing we're open for. Oh dear. Right. I think we should probably call it here since we have gone beyond the usual levels of Odd Boy times, and I think we've got a lot of stuff.
Was no Nathan means Odd Boys extra hours. Odd Boys after dark.
Odd Boys after dark.
Odd. It turned. We've been streaming so long. We've turned into odd men.
There you go. Yeah, it took this. It took a time eventually, but thank you so much, Nick, for coming onto the stream. Much appreciated.
Thank you for having me.
I am. Real quick, I am very excited now to see Shelby Oaks, to see the cameo.
Oh yeah, I am actually. I'm really excited for that part. That actually made me want to watch him. I was like, oh, that is so cool.
Yeah, congratulations on that. That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. It's a trip. It's like part of me wants to go again just to actually like hear what it was.
Find out what it was.
After the first time, just stand there, it's like, wait, what? And it just goes by. It's like, wait, no, what was the context? What did you guys clip there?
So good. So good. All right, guys. If you have any strange stories, UFO sightings, paranormal experiences, feel free to tell your story in the paranormal chat before Friday, and we can read them out, obviously, on Friday. Or you can obviously wait till we do a call again for for Friday as well. So
and Friday will be, for anybody watching that is wondering about the schedule. I know that there's often questions about that. Tuesday and Friday is what works with Nathan. Tuesday, Friday at 6, but this Friday we're gonna do it early because Nathan is coming into the Pacific Northwest and I'm meeting up with him. So it'll be an early show on Friday, probably like 2 p.m. PST, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I think we'll announce it probably maybe tomorrow or something like that. But yeah, we'll get that sorted. And there is actually another story in that Discord area. So I think we've got at least another story for next Friday as well. I'll also say on Friday, bit of a teaser. There's an Inside of Mind video that never became an Inside of Mind video that we will talk about on Friday.
Jamie, so I guess before we end, are you just going over the details of what the video is going to be, or do you have portions of the video done and you just never heard it?
I don't have portions. Well, I might have portions of the video. I can see what I had. But I'm definitely going to go over a lot of the stuff because there's a lot of interesting stuff there that would fit Odd Boys, because there are hoaxes and things that fit the conspiracy world that you guys talk about that this person was creating. And they had a particular interesting reason as to why they were creating them. They weren't just doing it to troll people. So
nice.
It was
That's
a
exciting.
Fascinating story. And
the Lost Inside of Mind video.
The Lost Inside of Mind video. That is where it is. I mean, to be fair, maybe one day it'll turn into an Inside of Mind video if I ever come back. So, but for now, it's going to be in an Odd Boys special. So there's that.
Let's go.
Nice.
All right, I'm going to stop streaming here, though. But so farewell, everyone in the chat. See you Friday. Take care.
Goodbye, everybody. We'll see you on Friday.
Bye, everybody. Have a happy
Bye.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween.